Okay, great.
We are live.
Okay. Can you see the chats? I'm not seeing chats.
I can see it.
Maybe because you're using your laptop. Is that
Yes.
why? Ah,
Yes.
is that what I'm going to miss? Let me see.
Yeah, we have people.
Comments. Oh, that means I would have to join chats. Okay.
We are finally live. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the Stress Management Summit Africa, the sixth Stress Management Summit. If you can hear me, just say yes. And Hope say something so that they can also confirm they can hear you.
Hi, 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 hi. Can you hear me? Can you see me? These beautiful faces. It's the sixth edition of the Stress Management African Summit. Ooh! Someone should be popping champagne. I want to pop my champagne.
I
Ooh!
have champagne to pop.
I'm super excited. Who is excited with me in the house? Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Hey, with your country flag, oh, let's see your country flag. Woo! Let the drum roll. Energy.
Which country are you representing? Right, type your country. Let's know where you're joining us from. Let's know the countries that are represented. Yeah.
Ghana. I want to see Ghana. Where are the
Oh,
Ghanaians?
Ghana led last year.
Yeah.
They led last year.
That was why it was very easy for me to remember them.
Yes. We have Uganda.
Beautiful.
South Africa. I don't know why this is not showing us
What?
their names. It's showing us their usernames.
Usernames, right?
Yeah. We have Uganda, we have South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, 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 Nigeria. Ghana is repping again. Hey, hey, Nigeria, Ghana. Oh my God. Kenya. Keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming.
Okay, we have Ghana, we have South Africa, Kenya, Sierra Leone, woo, Ghana, Nigeria, my people. I see you. Ghana, I think Ghana is leading. What's happening? Ghana, 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 they're leading. Nigeria, please, so please, 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 no green, no green. Kenya, my love to you, Kenya. South Africa, Sarah Lud. Woo! Keep it coming, please. Keep it coming. Nigeria. Woo! Uganda. Yee! See me hailing for you. Yee! Sharing my love to you all. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Any more Nigeria in the house? Nigeria's Leslie, you, Ghana, Uganda, Sierra Leone, Kenya, South Africa. Hooray! Who is excited in the house? Sixth episode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Woo! Sarah Leone is super excited. I'm also excited with you. This is a big win. Like, it's a big win. I'm super excited. I'm super super excited. Whenever it's April, right? All we think is stress management summit. We want to come and bring our stress. Yeah. Let's come and hand over everything to Dr. Izine and her crew. Woo! Ghana, Liberia. Woo! Keep coming, keep coming. Ghana, we're excited. Yes, Ghana, 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 Ghana. I think Ghana is leading. And
I think,
Dr. Zine, how about what are you seeing from there? Ghana, I'm seeing more of Ghana. I'm
yeah.
seeing more of South Africa.
I think next
And
time we may take it physically, and host it
I
in
think
Ghana.
to Ghana. I think Ghana is actually buying our heart towards that.
I'm telling you.
Kenya. Woo, Sarah Loon. Oh, I'm so excited to see all of you. Ghana, South Africa. Oh, this is sweet. Abuja, Nigeria. Nigeria. Woo, Kenya. Whoa, Ghana. As in, we are plenty. You guys are plenty. I'll come and join you. I'm
Yeah.
coming to join you. Just keep space for me. Oh. Keep space for me. All Ghanaians, keep space. I am coming to join you. Eh? I can't wait to be with you. Kenya. Wow. Where are our Nigerian brethren? Nigeria, where are thou? Where are thou? Where are thou? Uganda. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, he said I would love to have you in person in Ghana. Oh, that would be great. That would be great. Dr. Izine, are you coming with me?
I'm
Dr.
coming.
Izine,
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I've got an invite to Ghana in person. So are you coming with me?
I'm coming with you.
So not just me this time around. Okay? Asan Robert. Not just me this time around. So Dr. Ezine is coming with me. Liberia. Yes, I fight to all of you. Nigeria. Ghana. Woo! Nigeria. Wow, this is so excited. Now, tell us, how do you feel? Like, what is that emotions rumbling through your stomach right now? You are happy, excited, curious, relieved? Share it in the chat box. Let's see. What is that emotion? Just give it a name. Give it a name. How do you feel right now? No filter, no filter. Just real, just real. Yes, no filter. For me, I'm super excited. I'm super excited and I am curious. You know why I'm curious to learn? I'm curious to learn. I can't wait. I can't wait. So whenever it's April, I always wait for this period. Like, I can't wait. I'll be the one to go to Dr. Ezine's DM. How far? This is April. What's up, ma'am? How you doing?
I agree. I agree.
Especially when you are in the country where stress want to turn you upside down. Oh Lord. So let me see. Curious, excited. Woo! Much excited. I'm also excited with you, and I'm also curious the same time. So share your emotions. Let me see your emotions. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see
And
if I have a twin in the house.
while you're sharing it, just subscribe to the channel. Okay, subscribe to the
Yeah.
channel. Turn on your notifications so that you don't miss out on anything on any session. So subscribe now if you haven't. I encourage you, please subscribe right now while I make my welcome speech, because we have our first speaker for the day almost ready to join.
Really. Woo.
And if you have somebody that wants to be part of this summit, send them the invitation link. The difference today is that we are not going to be asking you to share the link, the YouTube link, because it is only those that have registered have access to this live summit. So if you want someone to be part of it, encourage them to join the summit by registering with the invitation link. So Hope, can you just share it in the chat? The
Okay.
website www.stresssummitafrica.com. Okay. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to welcome you all to today's summit. My name is Dr. Ezine Nnamdi Lewis, and I am the founder and convener of the Stress Management Summit Africa. And this is an idea that started far back in 2020 at the peak of COVID. And during that period, I was not working, but I was still in purpose. I mean, I was not working as a doctor, but I was still working in purpose. And that was around the time I discovered about stress management. And the summit started around that time to support other people who were going through difficulties during the COVID season, if you remember what was happening then. And since then, we've had the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and today is the day one of the 6th Stress Management Summit Africa. And everyone who has joined this summit in the past always come back with feedback, wonderful testimonials, and this is what drives us to keep doing this every year. And I want you to know that this summit has been free from inception and it's still free. You didn't pay a dime to register for this because it is always paid for. So the only thing I ask of you is to join, to participate fully, because this is not just a one-day event, it's a 2-day event. Now, for today, I'll tell you the schedule for today. Today, we have our first speaker who is already in the stage waiting for us. So our first speaker is going to be taking us through parenting. If you were with her last year, oh my God, it was like we had a mind healer. That's the name she uses to sign off. That's what she uses to sign off her name. And you will agree by the time she finishes talking to you, it's like there's this eyes that she pours on people, to calm us down, to become better parents. So we are having her again, thankfully, and she's joining us all the way from the UK. She's a doctor as well as a psychologist. In addition to that, we have myself will be coming up later to talk about balancing career without ruining your family life. So if you're a mom, a dad, can you all hear me? Let me know if you can still hear me. I think, Dr. Vivian, it's because you're not yet on the stage. Yeah, I'll get to that. Okay, so if you can hear me, just let me know, okay? Just say yes, great, so you can still hear me, brilliant. So I'll be taking us through balancing your career life with to prevent ruining your family. This is a topic I researched upon in addition to my years of experience doing this. So if you're planning to miss it on your own, or yours is your case. And after myself, I have a speaker. We have a speaker that is going to be taking us through emotional well-being, emotional intelligence for your family health. So you know the role of emotional intelligence. And if you're going to be paying somebody to teach you about emotional intelligence, you know how much you're going to be paying, but you're getting it all for free. She'll be joining us from Canada. She's a psychologist, she's a mental health expert. And we also have somebody that is going to be taking us through finance. We have Juliet, she's an expert in that field. So you're going to learn how to build your family finances so that you can have a thriving home. And then we'll finish today's session with AI. Who is having an event these days without talking about AI? So you're going to learn about the role of AI in parenting and AI tools that you can use to even make parenting relationship much, much easier. And she's a lecturer here in the UK. She's an expert in the AI field, and she's going to be giving us this information at no cost. So if you're planning to miss out on any part of the summit, I'm sorry, I cannot help you because all of this has been paid for. And I encourage you, please stay till the end. And if you've not subscribed to the channel, subscribe now. And if you want somebody to participate and join us in the summit, please send them the registration link. And now Hope is going to introduce our first speaker for the day.
All right, thank you so much for having me here once again. I love your smile and your dimple, Dr. Ezende. I think we should all give it up for her. Like bringing countries, like over 8 countries. This is super excited. If you are happy that Dr. Ezinne, by the grace of God, is hosting this every year, please give her your best emoji. Give her your best emoji. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Let's see it. Because for me, if she was here, I'd have given her kisses, like kisses, kisses, kisses all over her cheek. All right, the sixth episode. Let's welcome the first speaker, Dr. Vivian Okoye. Open your ears very well so you learn. Hope you have your pen and your pad. So Dr. Okoye holds a master's in clinical psychology from West Castle University and multiple certifications in trauma treatment, addiction treatment, and neurodiversity. Her work has been featured on major media platforms, including BBC, Channels, Television Nigeria, and the Christian Broadcasting Network. A a passionate advocate for neurodiversity inclusion, particularly for African and ethnic, minority communities in the UK. Dr. Okoye applies for her expertise in child development and mental health to help parents navigate the complex modern parenting landscape. As a mother herself who is raising children in this age, she understands firsthand the challenges parents face in the bid to raise wholesome and purposeful children in the 21st century. With a clapping ovation, if you can stand, if you can jump on your decks, if you can shake your head, if you can just hug somebody, if you can scream, let's welcome Dr. Dr. Vivian Okoye. You see the doctor don't enter my head plenty. Dr.
Yay!
Vivian Okoye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hope. Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me. Thank you. I have 30 minutes to do what I have to do, and I'm trying as much as possible to make sure that 30 minutes gets the job done. So the conversation we're having today is how to raise confident children while, also taking care of yourself and your well-being. Good evening, everyone. If you have joined here, you should be proud of yourself that you're taking this step to, learn how to navigate stress, learn how to do parenting, learn how to um, navigate creating a thriving family without losing yourself in the process. Thank you to the team, to Ezine, to Dr. Ezine and the team for putting this together year in, year out without asking us for money and calling amazing, amazing resource persons to come and share with us. So if you are here, give yourself a round of applause, hug yourself, be proud of yourself that you're taking this step and investing in yourself and essentially investing in the future of your children and the family you want to create. So I'll start by, having a conversation around who a confident child really is. Because if I were to ask, I can't see, I'm not sure that I have the access to the charts, but anyway, if I were to ask, uh, you know, um, each and every one of us, the kind of child we want to raise, I'm sure that confidence would be one of the things. In fact, in my consultations with parents, whenever parents come in and I ask, who do you want to raise? What kind of child do you want to raise? The first thing that comes is, confidence, or I want a child who loves God, who is bold, and all of that. And then the next question I ask them is, I hope you know that if you're trying to raise a confident child, that the first person they will practice their confidence is with you. So you want to raise a child who is bold, who is curious, you know that the first person that they will practice that is with you. You want a child who would assert themselves. You know that the first person they'll practice. You can't just say, I want to raise a confident child, and then when the child starts exhibiting that confidence towards you, you're now shutting them down, because then that's counterproductive. But that's by the way. So, who is a confident child? A confident child is a child who is safe in themselves. Many times when um we talk about confidence, the first thing we think about is the identity of confidence, the portraying of confidence. So a child who is really assertive or who is talkative, most times that's what we think about when we hear the word confidence. But confidence is not just about a child who is outspoken, who is bold. Confidence just means that this child is comfortable in their own skin. They feel safe being themselves. They are happy being themselves. They don't see the need to change themselves to be like another person. So, as a parent, that is what your goal should be when you are walking the journey of trying to raise a confident child. That you're not trying to make your child become another person, because not every child will mount the stage to talk. Not every child will be, when visitors come, will be very vocal. But even the child who is introverted, are they confident in who they are? Do they like who they are? Are they safe in who they are? And the process of raising, in the process of raising a confident child, there are a few things that are required. First is the person. So the person in this case is you that is ensuring that, I'm doing what it takes to raise a confident child. And then you have to create the environment, an environment that makes this person, be okay, be confident, be safe in who they are. And then you give the identity. In fact, the identity comes before the environment. You give the identity, because what makes a child not, and now I'm not even going to use a child, because even many of us as adults are not even confident, because we're all striving to be who we're not, copying people and doing things that we're not supposed to be doing based on who we are. What makes people do that is a lack of understanding of self, or a forgetfulness of who they are. So if you forget who you are, you will try to, wear other people's shoes. You will try to be like other people. You will try to do things the way other people do it. But if you understand who you are, if you know who you are, you're confident in your own skin, you will face your lane and you will do your things in confidence, knowing that this is who I am. This is how I do my things. I understand myself. I am self-aware. So in the journey of raising a confident child, that is one of the things that we want to do, to understand the child in front of you, give them the identity, help them understand who they are, create the environment that enables that confidence to, thrive or to build up. And when you say a child is confident, some of the things that you see is, apart from them being safe in who they are, they're able to express themselves, they're able to show curiosity, and they feel emotionally safe, right? And to raise this kind of child, a child who is able to express themselves, who is able to be confidently curious, ask questions without a fear of judgment, or who feels emotionally safe in their environment and in you as a person, you have to create that emotional safety. You have to consistently be connected. You have to consistently show connection. But what many of us do is that we are doing knee-jerk parenting, but overcorrecting instead of connecting, and that erodes confidence. And I'm going to show us where that comes from, right? So you want to provide that emotional safety where your child feels safe. They don't want to, they're not walking on eggshells. They don't want to be a certain type of way. They don't want to be perfect children. They just want to be who they are, and know that, they will not be judged for being who they are. Instead, there'll be that connection, there'll be that direction, there'll be that redirection. And then setting healthy boundaries, because of course, children are children, and it's our responsibility as adults to provide the boundaries that keep them safe. Because children, again, if we say confidence, right, one of the things that a confident child will do is that they will go for what they want. But many times, because of their brain development, they may not have the full capacity to understand the consequences of their choices. So if you're also raising a confident child, it will require you to set boundaries, healthy boundaries that are consistent, that are communicated, and everyone is aware of that. So I have said a lot about what confidence is. I've said a lot about what you need to have in place to raise a confident child. But the question is now, who does it take? Because it's not just, many times again, when we talk about parenting, when we talk about raising children, we're looking at, oh, what do I do for my child? Oh, which behavior, which skills, and all of that. Many times you don't look at the aspect of, who do I need to be to raise this person? Because if you're emotionally stressed, you can't provide emotional safety, you can't provide consistent connection, you'll be snapping all the time. You can't provide healthy boundaries, you'll be punishing. You'll be snapping and hitting your kids and punishing and cursing them and using words that you're not supposed to use for someone who wants to raise a confident child. So who do you need to be able to raise a confident child? That's the question that we then need to answer, right? You need to be somebody who has that capacity to provide those three things. You need to be somebody who has the capacity to provide that emotional safety, that consistent connection, that healthy boundary, and the person who helps to speak into your child in a way that their identity is formed in a positive way, right? So, first of all, raising confident children starts with you, right? So we're going back to the foundation. I know that many of us, when we came to this meeting or to this conference, what we're thinking is, oh, she's going to give me 5 steps of what I'm going to do to my child, or what I'm going to tell my child, on how I'm going to be parenting my child so that they can be confident. But it starts with you. For you to have positive outcome in anything, especially in parenting, you have to start with building your internal capacity. You have to be able to become somebody who can create that result, right? So, for you to achieve success in anything, you have to become a person who can create that result. And when we're even talking about confidence, for you to raise a confident child, if you are a confident parent, you have solved 50% of your problem. Because many times all your child needs to do is see how you do things. Half of the job is done. You don't have to talk too much, you don't have to do too much. So this takes us back to you, right? Because it takes you to raise a confident child. Who are you? Do you have the internal capacity to provide emotional safety? Are you in yourself emotionally safe? Are you healed? Because what it takes to raise a confident child is a parent who is calm, a parent who is conscious, a parent who is aware, a parent who is loving unconditionally, and a parent who is emotionally intelligent and emotionally resilient, to be able to provide the safe space that their child required. It requires to be a confident child. So the question is, who are you? Because one of the prerequisites to actually becoming a parent is actually healing yourself. There are many things that have happened to you throughout your journey in life. There are many things that have happened to you in your own childhood that would not permit you to be regulated enough and emotionally safe enough for your child. That's why a lot of us shout. That's why a lot of us hit, and then we regret it, and then we're filled with guilt, and then we promise ourselves we're not going to do it again, and then tomorrow we're doing it again. And that is eroding your child's confidence. So the journey starts with doing the inner work, healing yourself, reparenting yourself, looking at yourself and everything that has happened to you, how they have shaped you, and going on a journey for the sake of your child to say, I'm going to break this cycle so that I can be a grounded parent that my child feels emotionally safe around, that my child can be confident and comfortable to be themselves around. So it starts from that emotional safety. It starts from that internal capacity that you build. No matter, see, I told parents in my community, I said, no matter the strategy, we go for parenting workshops, buy parenting books. no matter the strategy you're learning, if you have not built the internal capacity. So if I come here and tell you that, oh, because children will be children will push your button, right? Children will do things and you're wondering, where did this one come from? I mean, I have an 11-year-old and a 9-year-old. They're on holiday now, so it's bickering almost all day, right? So they will drive you crazy. If you have not healed your own hurt, if you have not dealt with your own dysregulation and your lack of emotional capacity to handle that stress that comes from children, then you're going to snap at your children. You're going to be shouting at your children. And that is counterproductive for the result you want to achieve, which is raising a confident child. So when you have built that internal capacity, you can then start thinking about, what do I need to put in place, right? And part of the things you need to put in place is, for example, the values that drive confidence. So you have to create the external environment now. So what kind of family are we creating? What kind of values drive this family? What are the things that are allowed? What are the things that are not allowed? What are the culture in this family that enables us to ensure that we're raising confident children? So, for example, it can be a culture of rights. Everybody is allowed to air their opinion. It can be a culture of, I've heard a parents, somebody who had spoken in our conference, who said something about in their family, they have every week somebody is the head of house, and it can be a parent, it can be a child, and that person is in charge of making the decisions for the things that needs to be done in the house. So, little culture here and there, little family systems here and there, that then helps your child, fine tune some of their skills, fine tune their leadership skills, find themselves, use their voice. So, for example, in my own family, one of the simple cultures that we use around confidence is that for every time a child asks a question, we ask them to respond first. So if my child comes to me to say, Mommy, what do you think about ABC? I'm going to say, what do you think? So to get them to use their mind and to use their voice and to understand their voice matters. So I'm not handing them the answer every time that they come to me with a question. I'm also building the capacity in them to be able to think, to be able to understand that their voice matters, to be able to understand that their brain also works and they can produce the answers that they're looking for. So yeah, after you have done the job of doing the internal work, then you're now looking outside to do, the external work that is required, or put in the external structures and the systems and the environments. So we're talking about family cultures, family values, we're talking about routines, right? What are the things that we do to keep ourselves safe, to build that atmosphere where emotional safety, is paramount. So this can look like self-care, can look like connection and bonding activities, because you want to create a home where everybody feels safe, where everybody feels comfortable, where nobody is walking around eggshells. And also, this is also important in the sense of the union between the partners as well, because children feed off all of that, and it can go a long way to impact on their own emotional well-being. So we're talking routines, we're talking routines, we're talking self-care, we're talking conversations, we're talking activities that we need to put in place to ensure that our children are you know safe and feeling that emotional safety, right? And that we're building that connection that we need to build with them. Then you're also thinking, what skills do I have to what skills do I have to learn, right, in my own self, and what skills do I have to keep teaching my children based on their own age? So for example, for you, the skills that you have to learn might be Communication skills, because none of us were not taught how to communicate. Many of us were not taught to have conversations. Many of us were not taught to have hard conversations. So many of us shy away from difficult conversations. We snap, we shut down. And that is also a pointer to your own trauma, to your own childhood, and to your own upbringing. I wish I had the time to go a little bit into that. But that's, when you think about the fact that you want to raise a confident child, you want to start thinking about what does it take to raise a confident child, right? First of all, I've said do the internal work, do your own healing. And now you're thinking, what skills do I need to learn to be able to raise a confident child? You need to learn how to speak to a person in a way that you're not eroding their confidence. You need to learn how to speak to your child in a way that you're not eroding their confidence. I usually ask people, I say, if God came to you right now and told you that the child in your living room or the child in your house is going to be the next president of America, for example, would you still speak to them the way that you speak to them right now? Would you still treat them the way that you treat them right now? And many times that question takes people aback. But the truth is, your child is carrying something heavy, something that you're supposed to nurture, something that you're supposed to call out. And who says your child isn't the next president of the United States or whatever you want them to become or whatever you envision, we don't know what our children carry, but we understand that everybody here is sent and is sent for a reason, sent carrying a solution. And that is how we should raise them. There's no small spirit and big spirit. If you have watched epic movies, for example, when an heir to the throne is born, they are treated like an heir to the throne. They're not treated like a child. The guards, the servants, they treat them from the moment they're born, from the moment they start working, they are being trained to occupy the throne. And that is the same way we should approach parenting, understanding that our children carry something, and that's whatever they carry inside of them should be protected by all means. You don't say things that break them. You don't do things that break them. You don't say things that make them question themselves. You don't say things that make them feel that they are not capable. Many times we talk about bullies, we talk about, what people are doing on the outside, but I always say that many times again, the first bullies of anybody, usually, especially in the African context, is their parents. The first bullies, the first people, for an average African person, the first person who made you feel like worthless, who, spoke things to you, called you names that made you feel stupid, were your parents, and that needs to change. I feel that for those of us who are in this conversation, those of us who are now investing in parenting education should make that determination to say, thus far and no more. It has happened generations before us, but with me it stops, right? And I don't want you to listen to me and feel like I'm saying, oh, permit everything or allow everything because you want to raise a confident child. That is absolutely wrong. Because no matter the level of confidence you give to your child, if you don't give them the commiserate discipline to handle life, then they are still going to destroy themselves. They're going to self-destruct, right? So when we say raise your children in a way where you're not being combative, where you're not being aggressive towards them, we're not saying allow everything to slide. That was why I started this conversation by saying you must set in that journey, you must set healthy boundaries. So there's a difference between setting boundaries, having consequences for action, disciplining your child, and punishing them in a way that erodes their self-esteem, in a way that makes them feel less than who they are and less than what they carry inside of them. That is what we should have in mind. Think about your children as human beings. Think about, and there are different stages of parenting. When your child is a child and a toddler, you control the environment, you control them, you control their behavior, because at that point they don't have the logic. So you control everything. But the moment they start becoming their own person and having their own opinions and having logic, then that's the moment where parenting becomes more like marketing, right? And when I say marketing, that is, you now understand what you want to teach, you understand what your values are, and you think about, how do I sell this idea to this child in a way that they buy it, in a way that they understand it, right? And when you're able to do that, see, no matter what you're trying to achieve, if you're able to communicate to your child and have a conversation with them and they understand it, you break it down with facts, with figures, and they understand it, your job is done. Most of the things we do, we just do, do shabby jobs. We just say, because I said so. We don't provide context. We don't see when you want to. So, for example, a major one that we're having now in my home is around screen time, because my daughter is in year 6, and at least 60 to 70% of our class, they have personal phones. And I've said, you're not going to have personal phones until, when you're maybe 16. And we've had that conversation for a very long time. So right now, she knows that she's not getting a phone until she's 16, but she still pushes, and we still have the conversation. And we have had the conversation from different perspectives. She's just 11, but we talk about brain science, we talk about focus, we read articles together, we watch videos together. Because the point is that I'm trying to sell that idea to her until she sees that this is not just my mother being difficult, this is my mother trying to protect me. And the moment she buys it, in fact, there was a time recently when her friend was kind of like talking, oh, why don't you have a phone? And she had to educate the person to say, actually, it will, that it will make you lose focus. Do you understand? She was just teaching the person. If I didn't take my time to have those conversations with her, she would have probably seen it like, oh, my mom is just being difficult, my mom is not cool, and all of that. So when you want to raise confident children, again, they will practice the confidence with you. They will be curious with you. They will ask you questions. They will challenge your authority. You want to be ready to be able to navigate that in a way that is empowering for yourself and your child. Children now have access to loads of information that you don't have access to. So because I said so doesn't work, because they're on TikTok, they see whether they have personal phones or not, they see all those things, YouTube, they have conversation with friends, so they will come with questions. You have to also research and have your answers. You also have to listen to what they know, what they don't know, and have conversations, and then bring your own superior intelligence into that conversation. And that's the only way that you keep empowering them. So the first journey starts with you doing the inner work. Everything that I have shared here, you will not be able to do if you have not done your inner work, which will help you and give you the capacity to be patient enough, to be accommodating enough, to feel emotionally safe enough without losing your cool and losing it in those processes. So do your inner work, create that environment, create the family culture, create the values, be articulate and clear on the values that you want to teach, and communicate those, and then build the skills that are required, determine the skills that you need to keep teaching your children. And what this does for you is that it helps everything to start to run seamlessly. And when things are running seamlessly at home, you're not overwhelmed. And when you're not overwhelmed, your well-being is checked and taken care of, and that of your children is also checked and taken care of. So you're not shouting every time, you're not overwhelming every time, you're not repeating yourself 100 times a day, and you're not chasing children around more than necessary. Okay, so I hope that helps. So I'm ready to take your questions if you have any. I like to see the chats. I wasn't seeing the chats, so I felt like a lot of times I felt like I was talking to myself, but I hope I wasn't.
Don't worry, I'll be reading the chat from here for you. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Vivian. Thank you. Thank you. This is the therapeutic section, not just a section. This is the therapeutic section. And if you agree with me, let me see it in the comment box right now. I want
You know,
to read everything to her. Let me see it in the comment
the part
box.
that stood
My
out for
note
me.
is big, like I've gotten enough value already. And I'm thinking strategic right now. Like parenting is a big deal. It's really, really a big deal.
Yeah.
Lowai says, I love your presentation. Thank you. Bring it up. Let's see. Let's see what you have here. What have you learned? Just one word. This is really good. One word, one word. What have you learned so far in this section? You did well. You did just well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bring it up. Bring it up. Give her your best emoji. And for those that have questions, so we're going to give the next 4 minutes for question. I will not pick more than 3 questions. So if you have question, I want to read yours first. I want to read your own question first because this is really, really therapeutic if you ask me. And if you go to any therapist, you know how much you'll be charged. And seriously, I'm not sure you can afford it right now. Looking at the responsibility on ground, I quite understand. So this is a great privilege. And we want to say, Dr. Vivian, thank you so much. God bless you
Thank
for
you.
this wonderful question. I think I'm going to, okay, I have a question here. I also want to ask a question, but I would ask this question. Let me ask this. Chiamaka said, Dr. Vivian, thank you. Please, can you shed more light on the difference between gentle parenting and permissive parenting?
So, I'm very careful to use the word gentle parenting because it's been bastardized and there's a lot of perception around that. Personally, I started from the concept of conscious parenting before I then created my own framework, which is parenting with calm, so calm parenting. But the concept, in the real sense of it, the concept of gentle parenting is a parenting where connection is prioritized, right? Where a philosophy where they're saying be gentle with your kids so that you can build connection with them. And the idea behind that is that for everything that you want to teach your child, it is built on the backdrop of the connection that you have with them. You cannot effectively teach a child that you don't have a connection with. So gentle parenting is saying connect before you correct and direct, right? Permissive parenting is a parenting where you're saying that your child has the upper hand, right? So anything my child wants to do, I allow them to do it. But that is against the law of nature, because if God wanted children to parent themselves and do anything they wanted to do, he wouldn't send them through parents. So you still have the responsibility, because you have been in the world longer than your children. You have more capacity than your children. So you have the responsibility of creating boundaries for them. You have the responsibility of teaching them and imbibing skills and values in them. And you have the responsibility of providing discipline for them, because any child that you love, you must discipline. If you don't discipline your children, you're only creating problems for yourself in the future, and you're equipping them to self-destruct in the future. So I hope that.
Okay, I hope that answers your question, Chiamaka. Thank you so much. Okay, quickly, I have a question. Why I wait for the third question? Like I said, we are going to ask her just 3 questions, because she has actually given us questions and answers in between. She was able to take us through a wonderful educative section. Okay, ma'am, you mentioned about children questioning your authority. In a position where a child questions your authority, I know, I think it's actually a thin line where some parents are not patient, are not patient, especially where I come from, Nigeria. And before you know, something has hit you, before you know, someone is running after you at some
Yeah.
point.
So
Okay,
so
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 how do parents hold that still, like
so
hold
so
that?
let's let's think about how Father has brought us. Have you seen how we
Mm,
ourselves now, we cannot question authority in the workplace? We cannot question
mm,
our government. We cannot speak truth to power. It's coming from the family. So it's really, really it's just really, really logical that if you want to raise a confident child, you should be able to allow the child to express confidence at home, because home is the small world where you're preparing the child for the outside world. Your focus should be on how. So, for example, my children will not be rude, but I work with young people in the UK, right? And they're very, very rude. If you know anybody who is in the UK, and one of the things I'll say to the young people I work with, I'm like, I don't respond to rudeness. And that's one of the ground rules that we set when we start having conversation. I'm all for you being expressive. I'm all for you to being asking questions and all that. But the moment you become rude, I no longer respond to you, right? So it comes back to the values again that we're sharing at home, or we're communicating at home, right? Your child should be able to say, I don't agree with that. I don't think that is right. And you should be able to have that conversation to say, okay, why don't you think that is right? And then we come to a logical conclusion as to why and why it is not right. And sometimes you can learn that you are actually foolish as a parent, because you're not 100% right all the time. And that's the humility that is required to raise children who are confident. The humility to say that you are not 100% right. And when you do that, you're also teaching your children that they are also can be wrong at some time, and that it's okay to make mistakes.
mm.
Because that's again, that was one disservice that was done to us as people.
Yeah.
How we were raised, we were not allowed to make mistakes. So when you now make mistake as an adult, you take 1 year to beat yourself up for a mistake that you made, that you should have been able to move on. And some of us are even crippled by the fear of making mistakes, that we don't do the things that we are inspired to do. You don't want your child to have that. So you should be able to have that accommodation. What triggers you is not the behavior that your child is not the fact that your child is questioning you. What is triggering you is your trauma. It is the inner child in you that was not allowed to express themselves. So when
Mm,
your child questions you, it triggers that trauma inside of you where you're thinking, how dare you? So it is not you responding in the moment to the question that your child answered. It is you responding from a past where you were not allowed to express yourself. And that's why I say it starts with you. It starts with healing yourself. Because when you heal yourself, many things that we hold tight to our chest, we no longer
mm.
hold it tight to our chest.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. Indeed, family is a production factory of the society. Thank you so much. Okay, so we
Yeah.
have a last question from Joshua. And Joshua is asking, as parents, how do you deal with an aggressive child?
That would depend on a lot of things. When you say aggression, where did the child, so there are a lot of factors. Where did the child learn that from?
Mm,
How did they come to the point where they're becoming aggressive? Because children do not come with a template. It is what they have seen people do, and it was allowed, and then they think that it's okay to do that. That's one aspect of it. Another aspect of it can be, is it because every behavior, I like to look at every behavior as communication. So thinking about what is the child trying to communicate with that aggression, that's second.
mm,
And then thirdly, does this have to do with how the child's brain is wired? And I'm speaking about neurodivergence, which is a whole different topic again, because sometimes some of the needs associated with a child being neurodivergent or being on the spectrum for easier understanding might be that expression of aggression, which is a communication to maybe what the environment is telling them or their sensory needs and all of that. So I cannot categorically say that, but say what it is. But what I can say is that if a child is expressing aggression, be curious about why. Look at what happens before the aggression, what happens during, and what happens after, right? So if you can see a pattern, if you can see what the triggers are you able to retrace and remove those triggers? Is there a place that they're learning it from? Are you able to remove them from those places where they're seeing it from? And then if it is neurological, then you might need further support and assessment to help that child.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. For me, I am picking one word. Communication is a strong tool. And seriously, we want to give it up for Dr. Vivian. Yes, you want to give it up for Dr. Vivian. A round of applause. Send her love. We know we cannot get her here and just give her some pet. I just kiss her on her cheek. Send her love. I want to see it in the chat box right now. I want to see it in the chat box right now. If you were to pay, like if you were to book a real consultation with Dr. Lillian and Dr. Vivian, I know how much you pay. You're paying in pounds already. You're paying in pounds. Hey, if you can afford pounds, like if you can afford pounds, let me see it in the DM right now. Let me see. So rather than that, let's give her some love. Let's give her some love.
Thank you.
Let's give her some
you.
love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Vivian. We really appreciate you. And we love you. We love you and we want to connect with you. I know many of you are out there. You want to connect with Dr. Vivian and you're wondering now, who is this wonderful, beautiful woman? Who is this brilliant woman? I want to connect with her. I want to see more of her work. I want to see what she's doing out there. And Dr. Vivian, we want to connect with you and we'll love to.
Yeah, the easiest way is to follow me on Instagram, Dr. Vivian Okoye. Dr. Vivian with a double N. So DRVIVIANN .OKOYE Okoye on Instagram at Dr. Vivian Okoye. So just follow me on Instagram. I think I'm mostly active on Instagram than any other social media platform, even though I'm not very active on Instagram. But if you follow me on Instagram and send me a message if you need anything, then I would respond to you definitely. There's a WhatsApp contact on my Instagram that you can use to send me a direct message.
Okay, you got that right. Do not miss her. You can't afford to miss her. You can't afford to miss this brilliant woman. You can't afford to miss her. All right, all right. Who is ready for the next roll? Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. I see Dr. Ezine smiling. She knows what I'm about to say right now. So we've got the Higu in the house. We've got the Higu in the house. Who is ready? Who is ready for this section? Who is ready for this section? It's coming back to back. It's coming back to back. I don't know how you're going to unpack everything today and come back tomorrow again, but you just have to, you would unpack everything. And by the end of this summit, you're becoming a renewed person. You're becoming a renewed entity. Your environment, your community, the world at large will know that something has touched you, like something has hit you, like there is a shift somewhere. And truth be told, they will come to that light. Trust me, we have the next speaker in the house, Dr. Ezine Nnamdi Lewis. And trust me, she's the convener and the founder of the Stress Management Summit. Over the years, for the past 6 years, she has done this with the help of God. Like I am yet to find a woman as this resilient and consistent as she is. And seriously, I want to see all the love emojis in the comment section while I read her bio. Give her some love, please. You are in this platform without a dime. Give her some love. Give her some love. Give us some love. So Dr. Ezine Nnamdi Lewis is the medical doctor of about 11 years with special interest in stress management. She is the founder and convener of the Stress Management Summit Africa, an annual event that gathers experts to create awareness on the dangers of stress and how to manage it across Africa. She is also a certified coach with work stress management certification by HSE UK and trauma informed care certification. having such a wonderful brain and mind and personality in our midst, hosting this event. What would you do next? What would you do next? How much can you appreciate? Let me see it in the comment section. How much can you appreciate? Send us some love. Buy us some love. Give us some love. Send her hugs. Send her hugs. She deserves it. She deserves it. And let's
Don't do it,
welcome
don't do it.
Dr. Edine. Woo!
So if you keep hyping me
Welcome,
like
madam.
this, if you keep hyping me like this, I'll clear my accounts for you. I beg. You don't do it. Stop. All right, thank you all so much. Thank you. It's lovely. I I was listening to Dr. Vivian. I was like, oh my God, she said we should not be the first bullies of our children. That was really powerful. That was really powerful. So because of time, we'll just jump straight into the next session, which I will be taking. And let me pull that up. So balancing career ambition without losing your family. So I'm going to be using slides. And if you can see my slides, let me see in the comments. If you can see my slides, let me see in the comments. Just say yes, 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 yes. Lovely. So let's just get straight to the point because of time, because very soon I can already see the next speaker at the background. So this is a topic that I believe everyone that is working, every professional, every professional that is a family person, whether it's a family man, family woman, should listen to, or you're intending to build a family, you should listen to this. So please pay attention to the very end. Now, career ambition is basically the drive to achieve professional advancement, recognition, and fulfillment. That is what career ambition is basically about. Now, I have a question for you before we proceed to the next thing, or we get to the meat of the matter. What influences you as African to pursue career? I have a reason for asking this question, but let me know what you think from the comments. What influences you as an African to pursue career? So I know somebody, or rather I know a few people, mostly men, okay? And they have this culture where their life is tied to their jobs. So that probably because it's the source of income, it's tied to their jobs to the point that if anything happens to their jobs, it's like they've lost their ego. They've lost whatever it is they are known for. And it means that these are people, they have this kind of culture that they are ready to do anything possible to protect that job, even if it means hurting themselves. So they are in that place where you can be telling them, you need to rest, slow down, take it easy, but they will not listen to you because this is the lifestyle that has been transformed from our fathers. You remember what Dr. Vivian talked about, trauma or something like that. So this is a lifestyle that has been transformed from our fathers, that you must be shown to be hardworking. You must be shown to be doing something. And if you're not doing anything like that, you may be called a failure. Okay, so for some people, to lead impactful life, great and financial stability, yes, due to family pressure. You see this is actually real. Changing our home to a better place, lack of support from family, so these are the kind of things that influences people to pursue career. While they can be good, they can be positive, but there are also downsides when you are being that ambitious, which we are going to go through. So we are going to go through the ups and downs of career ambition for a family person. Yes, you may want all the money, but then again, what are the downsides? I want us to be really, really aware of this so that we don't use our own hands to ruin the very family we have built or the very family we are doing these things for. The common ups that we know is to have a sustained source of income, of course, to have that increased sense of purpose and satisfaction in life. Now, I used to work in occupational medicine. And when I worked there, that was after I had trained as a work-related stress coach. That was when I began to understand that work is not actually the toxic space that most people usually think it is. So what that means is that some people actually find work therapeutic. They actually find that feeling of going somewhere every day therapeutic. For some people, it gives them that sense of purpose that they are leaving the house every morning. So there is a book I read. It's an Igbo book. It's called the Igbo is the eastern part of Nigeria. And the title of that book is Isiaku Daranala. And it was my mom that gave me that book. So the main person in that book, who is the main character of that book, her name was Ada. She said that what excites her each day with the job she has gotten is not necessarily that she has a job that is paying her. It's just because when she's leaving the house and the neighbors are saying, work people, you're going, oh, she will be among. And when she's returning, the neighbors will also shout, work people, you're coming back, oh, she will also be among. So that kind of feeling that she has something to go to, that satisfaction was just enough drive for her. So these are some of the ups of pursuing career. For some people, it is an escape from loneliness. Maybe they are just living alone, and when they go to the workplace, they just want to hang around people. That social connection is enough for them. And for some people, escape from toxic home space. That's why you see some people, work has ended, but they are not going anywhere. That's why when I see these campaigns about let's have 4 days work week, it's not for everybody, because from my experience in occupational medicine, I've seen people that actually love to work. It can be for any reason. It can be just for any reason. And then for some people, it's that sense of control over their life, that they are doing something meaningful, that they have control over their day-to-day. And for some people, it is the occupational prestige. That is why you see some of our parents pushing us to study medicine, to become a lawyer, to become professors, so that our parents can call us, can answer, I'm the mother of a doctor, I'm the mother of a professor, So these are some of the ups, the good sides of career ambition. Now, on the other hand, just like everything that has pros and cons, we have the downs. The downs can present itself as increased stress from long hours and high work demand. Now, I'll use an analogy to explain this, okay? I wrote a book called Stress We Are Done. And in the beginning chapter of that book, I talked about something I learned from Ecclesiastes, which was my mom that also introduced it to me. I wish she's learning this as well. She's listening to this as well. So she told me something about the wisdom of Solomon. It said, the more wisdom you have, the more troubles you have. What that meant, she explained it like this. If you didn't know about debts, like a dirty, if you didn't know about it, you will not worry if your house is dirty. But once you have that knowledge, that like you've become an adult and you now have the knowledge that these debts can lead to germs and make you sick, then you start worrying, I need to clean this place up. I need to, so the more wisdom you have, the more troubles. But that's not a bad thing. No, it's actually something that helps us to build. Now, regarding career ambition, we get into career because of that sense of responsibility. Now, remember, we are focusing on the family person. Because of that sense of responsibility, you want to provide for your family. You want to help your own well-being. You find it therapeutic. You want more money, But because you have chosen that responsibility, in addition to it comes the stresses of life, which I wouldn't want you to fault yourself. It's just one of those things that happen. So you can experience increased stress. That's why sometimes I don't envy some people when they are celebrating. There was a time in my life, they were celebrating somebody that became managing director of one big bank. Why people were celebrating, hey, women power, women power. What I was actually thinking was, if only people know the stress this woman has gone through to get to where she is, they may not want, they may not really envy this as such. So these are the kind of things that comes with it. And there's this increased risk of burnout. You have too little time for your family, the same family that you want to be there for. And then you get this recurrent guilt. For instance, moms, if you're as a mom, let me say for a mom that has been on leave, you've been on maternity leave, whether it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, whatever, you've been on maternity leave taking care of your children, and it's time for you to return to work. You now start feeling guilty. Oh, I will not be there for them. Oh, I wish I'm there to watch them grow. Oh, I wish, having this recurrent guilt, like that you're not present anymore in the lives of your children, that's as much as you want because of the long hours you're committing. And then it can make you to be even more stressed. Now, the other thing is increased chances of marital or relationship conflicts. Now, because of the purpose of this session, we are going to narrow it down to work-related stress, contributing to most of all we have mentioned as the downs. Because you can, yes, have career ambition, but how do we balance it in such a way that these downs don't become a problem? That these downs don't ruin the very family we are trying to build. I want you to follow me on this. Did you know that work-related stress is strongly linked to lower marital satisfaction, higher marital instability, and higher odds of divorce? Now, a research conducted by Headspace. I don't know if you've heard about Headspace. Headspace is a digital mental health company that helps people cope with anxiety, depression. I've not used them before, but this is some things that people talk about, those that have used them. They conducted a study in 2024, and 71% of people said work stress ended their relationship. Ended their relationship. You hear about people that japa, that relocate abroad, and then you start hearing about marriage breakdown. If you look behind, if you think about the things that has happened, in addition to financial matters, there is an element of poorly managed work-related stress. This is research. This is what research has shown. And then the kind of work you do, or rather the work pattern, is another thing. And that's why this is research that has shown that among men with children, fixed night work made separation and divorce about 6 times more likely in 5 years versus day work. You know that doing night shifts, there is increased stress. Just that idea that you're awake at night is enough stress for you. So you see what it's linked to. 6 times more chances of separation and divorce compared to people that are doing day shifts. Okay, so now we know about these various statistics. Now, I want us to understand some factors that, as I'm going to be explaining these factors, I want you to be looking at your own family, to be checking, because these are some factors that can increase that risk of family breakdown as a result of work stress. Now, for people that have really high workload, they have that high workload that is more than they can handle. And as a result, you see a man that is always angry, or a woman that is always irritable whenever she comes home. Just like Dr. Vivian said, stress can also contribute to that yelling. You see a woman shouting, yelling, a man getting so angry. Who cut this orange here? He will scatter things. Whereas the children were expecting to receive a warm dad or a warm mom whom they've not seen in a long time. That's for hours throughout that day, or even for those that work outside the house. So if you have high workload, it's an increased risk factor. If you have unsupportive manager, is like you're working and nobody's appreciating you. When you even come and when you even talk about it, your boss is like you're on your own. That's another one. Or you have a job that has variable work schedule, such that you can't plan family vacation because you can be called the next minute to start attending something, or somebody can, or they can give you an assignment the next minute that this is what you're supposed to be doing. So if you have that variable work schedule, is also another risk factor. And now for people that work odd hours, when I used to work in accident and emergency, I used to work really, really odd hours. Like I'll go to work around, I think about 8 o'clock, and be coming home by 2 a.m., 4 a.m. thereabout. So these are odd hours. And when you're not getting that sleep that your body needs at that time, you find yourself becoming more irritable. Because if you don't understand that this is what the odd hours is doing to you, and manage it well, you find yourself becoming much more irritable. And before you know it, your spouse is complaining that you're not always around, which is another wahala. Now, job insecurity. If you have worked in the Middle East, where it's like your boss it's like you are the mercy of your boss. Sorry, give me a minute. It's like you are the mercy of your boss, where they are the ones that will dictate how you do things. You have no control, because if you don't do it the way they want, they can terminate your visa. So that kind of life where you have job insecurity, it means you're just taking anything that comes, even if it's at the detriment of your family, at the detriment of your own health. So this is also a factor. And if you have work relationship conflicts, you have a workplace that is toxic because of the people there is always quarrel, backbiting, fighting. This recurrent conflict is also another factor. If you now have an unsupportive spouse, where you finish dealing with the wahala at work and then you come home to another wahala, hey, God, it can also be another issue. Now, high neuroticism is a spectrum, is the end, where there are some group of people where they are very sensitive, very, very sensitive, to the point that if you tell them something now, maybe something that you didn't think is harmless, they will go and rethink it, reanalyze it, and pick the tiny details in it that you didn't even mean, and they turn the situation around to such that it will start making them think about the worst possible things. So these are people that are always thinking about the worst possible outcome of anything. So people that are high on that spectrum, there can also be an increased risk of marital breakdown. And then those that already have existing marital conflicts, and then you add it to work stress, what do you think that can happen? Just like you already have a marital problem in Nigeria or Kenya, you relocate abroad to a place where there is increased work stress, what do you think will happen to your marriage? Of course, you already know the answer to that. Now, how do we now balance our career ambition without ruining our family lives? Remember, this thing you're doing, remember, it is for the very family you're working hard for. So how do you do this so that you don't scatter your own marriage with your own hands, or break down a relationship with your children to the point? I know somebody that their children only calls them when there is a need, that's not just any need, when it's very, very, very necessary. They don't have that relationship anymore because of relationship breakdown. Now, one of the things you can do is set clear boundaries. Know where work is and know where home is. That means as you're coming home, you're dropping some things at the workplace. You're dropping them. You're not bringing that frustration back home, because nobody that stays home, that is at home, or nobody you're returning home to, deserves you bringing that frustration back to them. So set clear boundaries. Whether it means leaving your work laptop in the workplace, or just I've closed work by 6 o'clock and that is it, and I'm not bringing anything back. Be very, very clear on it. If you're not clear on it, start now. Don't be carrying work problems or extra work duties back home. That is family time, okay? And clear communication with your partner. I'm emphasizing on this one because don't expect your partner to be a witch or a wizard to read minds or to know what's going on in the workplace. For instance, you've returned home, your partner brings you food, and probably is a food that requires you to wash hands, and your partner forgot to bring the water for washing hands. All of a sudden, you start shouting, "You're a useless person. Why didn't you bring this? What's wrong with you?" And next thing you're talking about, don't you know I'm stressed in the workplace? Don't you know this? How will they know? Are they witches? Are they mind readers? When you didn't communicate. Or your partner wants a sexual intimacy with you, and you keep pushing them away, pushing them away, pushing them away. If you push them away continuously, what do you think they will be thinking about? Probably they're sleeping with somebody. Probably they are not interested in me anymore. But if you communicate, this is what I'm experiencing, my darling. I need, you are not talking to them for them to provide you help. They are just carrying them along so that they will understand what is going on. And that's where it will also reduce your own expectation on them so that you don't scatter your own family. So clearly communicate whatever you're going through with your partner. And where it's possible, seek flexible work policy to accommodate your family needs. This is not possible in some companies, but in some companies, they can give you that option where, okay, you're supposed to work 40 hours in a week. Instead of doing the 40 hours as Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, why don't you maybe compress it to Monday to Thursday so that you can have Friday, Saturday, Sunday for your family, so you people can have this flexible arrangement. What matters is that you're able to deliver at the end of the day. So where your company have where your company is able to provide such, why not maximize it to have more time for your family? And delegate services. You're working, you're making money, no matter how little. And at the same time, you want to save all the money in the world at the expense of your health and your family. That is why you come back from work, you go and start doing this, doing that, whereas you could have delegated some things to other people to support you. So where you can afford it, you can delegate tasks, where maybe laundry services, delegate it so that you can have time to spend with your children. Because if you're always on your toes doing one thing or the other, at what point are you going to instill family values to your children? You are still working Saturday, Sunday, you're still working, and you're saying, I'm doing it for you people. Don't you people understand? How will they understand when they don't experience your presence? You're just there physically, but you're not actually there. So delegate some things that you know that can be done by anyone else, okay? And then protect yourself from burnout. I told someone recently, listen, I know you love your family. Yes, you love your family. And I know you're doing all you're doing to take care of your family. But believe me, no money will be worth it if anything happens to you. Now, I'll explain. I work in the psychiatry department at the moment. And one thing I have learned from that department is parents, no matter what you're doing, no matter what you're engaged in, please don't let yourself become physically or mentally unwell to the point that your children can't rely on you for help. Of course, this is as much as you can, because there are some illnesses that are not within your control. But the ones that are within your control that you can prevent, please don't get yourself to the point where you leave these children to become vulnerable in the cold hands of the world, to cater to them, or you die. Please don't die. Parents, don't die. Please, I beg you. As much as is within your control. The world is so cold out there, and they need you to raise them well. So when you're taking care of yourself, you're not just doing it as a selfishness. You're actually doing it to protect the people you love. Okay? So don't feel guilty next time you're trying to get some sleep at night. Don't feel guilty. And then avoid unhealthy coping strategies. Some people go into drinking. They will drink and come back home intoxicated, exhibiting certain behaviors. I have a family as at 2 weeks ago. I had a family that was already on the verge of breaking down because the man couldn't control his drinking habit, and the woman was like, she's done unless the man got help. So don't even start and say, let me use one bottle today, or let me use one cigarette today, because if you start with one bottle today, the next time you're stressed, you will need more to be able to cope with whatever you're experiencing. And before you know it, you become addicted to the point that even when you're not stressed, you're still needing such level of high. So they don't help at all. And then manage your work-related stress effectively. This is now going to the root source of what's going on in the workplace to help you to deal with the stress at work so that you have lesser things to worry about and so that you don't bring the frustrations back home. But because of time, I'm not going to go into details on how to now manage the work-related stress effectively. And before I proceed, I'm ready to take your questions now. I'm ready to take your questions now because of time. Oh, God. I think we can just take maybe just one question, Self. So, Hope, just give me 1 minute. So while we are waiting for questions, I want to share this quickly. Because I've gotten people asking how. Like, was it last week, recently, someone called me asking me how she had this issue with her workplace, with her colleague at work. And it was so overwhelming for her that she even struggled with praying. But when we had that conversation and I told her, this is what you're going to do, the messages she kept sending me after she implemented that strategy, like, thank you. So because of that, I am hosting a masterclass to help anyone that is dealing with work-related stress to start managing it so that they don't be bringing frustration back home, so that you don't use your own hand to scatter your own family. And this masterclass, this is a 3-in-1. This is like 1, 2, 3 trainings that I've put together to become one training. And this is something I've used for corporate organizations that have brought in great results. It's still the same training that I'm still going to use in this masterclass, because it has proven results. So when you attend this masterclass, you start feeling new instantly because you have the right strategies now, strategies that actually work, that even if you don't love your job, you find ways to make it work without thinking first, how do I run away, or without it causing you anxiety. And then your family can now finally say, hey, I have my mommy back, I have my daddy back, and your partner can start enjoying your relationship like when you people used to have those butterflies in the early days. And you'll be seeing the radical shifts in your work performance that even your boss will want to promote you instantly because there is now a difference. And you feel more alive again and more control of situations in the workplace without it being like the whole world is on top of your shoulder, And then these are some testimonials that I've gotten from this particular training, because I'm still using the same training that brought these testimonials. It's not like I'm going to start bringing something from AI, from ChatGPT, which people do now. No, this is an authentic, well-researched masterclass that we are going to be doing. And it features managing any workplace dilemma using strategies that actually work, healthier ways to build resilience and prevent burnout, and then a 1-hour group coaching and reflection. If you've ever been in my group coaching sessions, it's always healing and therapeutic. So if you put all this together, you see the amount, $105. But this is not what I'm here for right now, because this is something I want everyone to benefit from. It's not about the money right now. That is why today I am giving it 80% off. I'm giving 80% off from $105 to $24. But if you register for this masterclass in the next 48 hours, that's during this summit, you're getting extra 50% off. Extra. So you see how far we've come from 105. It's like I'm dashing it. It's like I need to be, it's like I'm just doing dashing. Hope will be tired of me because I do a lot of things free, like I'm dashing and dashing, like one charity. So if you pay within the next 48 hours, you get it for only $12. And that's not enough. Because of that group coaching and how intimate the group coaching is, I want it to be very, very few. so that we can get to know ourselves and actually reflect and coach ourselves to better transformation, to real transformation. So this masterclass is only open to 20 people, 20 to avoid crowd. So if you're interested, let me go and be looking for questions now. If you're interested, just secure your own slot now, okay, over the next 48 hours. Hope, I'm sorry if I overshot your time.
No, you kept the time.
Okay.
You kept the time.
Because the next speaker is already here. Do I have any questions?
Yeah, yes. But I'm wondering why you're giving it for just $12. You know, I like, hey, oh Lord. Okay, so 3 hours. 3 hours of healing, therapeutic, and 12. Okay, I would say they are favored. They are not really lucky. They are favored. They are favored. They are favored, and I have a slot there already. So it's your choice and left to you. Thank you so much. And I have a question. You see, I was lifting my hands. I think that's one of the things we'll be learning in the masterclass. But I just need to give us a little brief, because this is what it's actually happening in our present society. And I feel, especially where I am presently. So what do you do when the policies are working against you, your place of work, and the managers, the authorities are not ready to adjust it? Because I feel that's actually where many persons feel stuck. I can't leave because where do I get a new job? Okay, this job is really, really taking my life, my family, my life. What do I do? I hope I'm speaking the minds of so many persons here. And sincerely, you will get so much if you attend the masterclass. Just save your life. Yes, it's a lifesaver. Over to you, Dr. Ezinne.
So you mentioned, what will you do if your workplace has given a new policy and they are not changing it? Is that what you mean? Good.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to understand one thing. You are an employee, one. And then secondly, these people are doing business. And you are a part of the two to make money for the business, to grow profit in the business. Okay? So there are situations where you have control over. And there are situations where you absolutely have no control over. So there are some companies that are actually reasonable, like where I'm working, they're actually reasonable, that before they carry out or implement any policy, they will make a survey. They'll do a survey to ask questions for your own contribution. That way you feel like a valuable member of the team. But there are some companies that don't care about that. And even as you're listening to me, you already know some of these companies. Maybe you're even working in them. Yeah. So in situations like this, it is not your wahala on the policy they are making. Okay? It is your own to come and do the job and get paid. It's about mindset. Mindset. Do the job, get paid. This is not time to spend your energy to fight. Get paid and give yourself a timeline on when you are exiting, to save yourself stress, and also to live on a good note in case you would need reference letter from them in the future, so you don't burn that bridge. So use your head. Use your head. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much. I want to read questions. in the chat box right now. How do you feel with this teaching? Okay, the next question is here, right?
The next speaker is here already, and we are running behind time.
Okay.
Chai, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry we can't take any further questions, because the next speaker has been in the background waiting, and she's joining us from Canada with a different time zone. So we need to let her have her session so that we can run along. And if you have any questions, you can also ask it in the WhatsApp group. I'll try to answer as much as I can, or you can send an email, which I'll send in the WhatsApp group. I'll try to answer as much as I can. And thank you so much for listening to me while we introduce our next speaker, Dr. Bosede. Yes, you are going to be a doctor, so that's your business. So better take it from me now. Oh, please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah.
Are you ready now? You can read her bio then so that she can come on board. Oh gosh. Looks like she's frozen. Hope is frozen. No, I mean her screen is frozen, not her is frozen. Anyway, let me read her bio. If
Okay. I think I can say it now.
Okay, go ahead then.
Okay. So our next speaker is Bosede Christiana, right?
Yes. She's here already.
Can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay. So Bosede Christiana Oyelakin is an award-winning mental health therapist, child and adolescent counselor, board director, and the founder, lead therapist of My Onboarding Hub Limited, a mental health and wellness organization. Her passion lies in helping individuals heal from abuse, identity, crisis, and mental health difficulties so they can lead with resilience and fulfilling lives. With over 13 years of experience, 10 of those years in the helping of profession, Bosede has consistently made an impact through her work. She served for 6 years as a school counselor across various schools, offering support to more people, and this has led her to full-time private practice as a mental health therapist. Bosede is a certified cognitive behavioral therapist, CBT, and dialectical behavioral therapist. She's also an associate member and professional counselor under the Association for Counselors, Matchmaking and Psychotherapy of Nigeria, a professional member of the Canadian Counseling and Psychotherapy Association and the National Association of Cognitive Behavioral Therapists, USA. She's the author of The Shattered Mirror, and a powerful and a moving novel that explores body dysmorphic disorder, emotional pain, and heading in adolescents, teenagers. I Am Enough, a journey to self-fulfillment and guide, which also the resources for children at age 4 to age 6 through our social media platform, public speaking engagement, and psychoeducational activities. She inspires people and audience on the importance of mental health advocacy, and mental emotional well-being. With a clapping ovation, if your hands are not busy, kindly put up the best emoji. Let's see it now. Give us some love. Give us some hug. Give her some peck, and also bless her. Let's welcome Bosede Christiana Oyelaki. Welcome, ma'am. I want to see your emoji. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up, bring it
Thank
up,
you
bring
so
it up.
much.
Bring your emoji up.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate the amazing introduction. I will be speaking on the topic emotional intelligence for a healthier family life. Would it be okay if you share the slide from your end, or would you want me to share my slides from my end? sharing your end? Oh, okay, okay. Awesome. Okay, so let's dive into the topic for today. So I want us to think back to when people hear the word emotional intelligence, it may sound like a lot or it may sound like it is complex. But think back to your upbringing, and I want to use this practical scenario. Imagine that you have your parents or a parent, one of your parents. Okay, I could see that the connection was breaking, so I just had to take a pause. So the scenario is imagine that you have a parent, one of your parents, or both parents seated before you, and you need to recount the things that you wish you could say as a child, particularly some of the things that you did not have the confidence to share, or some of the things that you will not be able to articulate because you did not have that understanding, particularly things that are related to your emotions, how to manage your emotions, and how they could or they should have managed their emotions in certain situations. So we're looking at emotional intelligence in families today because we want to learn how emotions were handled in our homes. I mean, where we grew up, the environment where we were raised, how we were allowed to express ourselves, and what happened when we expressed ourselves or when we shared our emotions. A practical example is telling a child, don't cry. If you cry, I'll give you something to cry about. Let's move to the next slide. So now let's look at culture reality check. I'm infusing culture into this teaching because culture, practically, culture is a way of life. That's the basic definition, and culture impacts a lot of the things that we do as Africans, as Nigerians, either as Ghanaians, as Ugandans. Culture impacts everything that we do. And one of the cultural norms that we have that we hold on to as Africans is respect. We value respect a lot. In terms of valuing respect, we extend that further sometimes by telling children to be quiet because we equate being quiet, we equate shushing a child to respect. And when we express our emotions or certain levels of emotions, we think that they are weaknesses. Let's circle back to that scenario that I said we should put ourselves into. So you have a parent, one of your parents seated before you, and you want to share some things that you would have loved to say as a child. Let's say you have 5 things to say as a child, and you have started sharing it with them. I want you to paint this imagination in your head. You have said it to them. Now let's flip the script. Imagine that you are the parent now and you are seated and you have your children seated in front of you. What do you think your children will say to you when it comes to how well you manage your emotions or how well you regulate your emotions? While I was at the backstage, Dr. Izine gave an example of a man that has been going through challenges at work, returns from work, and the wife is trying to serve him dinner or trying to serve him food, and it's swallow. He has to wash his hand, and she skips the part where she needs to bring the water for him to wash his hands, and that little experience escalates all of the emotions that he has bottled up. And that is why we are looking at emotional intelligence today. If you flip the script and you have your children seated in front of you and you are the parents, what do you think they will say to you when it comes to how well you've been able to regulate your emotions? We are not going to throw culture away as Africans because culture is very important to us. It's important to our heritage, is important to our communication, is important to our history, is important to our present and even our future. But we'll look at how we can fuse culture and emotional intelligence together to build that healthy family that we all desire. So let's move to the next slide. Okay, so why is this conversation important? Why are we talking about emotional intelligence? We need to build strong children, not children that are physically strong, not children that are academically strong, not children that are strong in terms of grit and resilience alone, children that are mentally and emotionally strong. Children are the leaders of tomorrow. It's a popular saying. So when we have children that are mentally, that are psychologically and emotionally strong, imagine the kind of community that we'll have. Families also need emotional safety. We also need to reduce conflict. And conflict doesn't have to be physical conflict, emotional, where the house is dead silence. You know, when either daddy is returning from work or mommy is returning from work and everyone has to adjust. The atmosphere, the ambience of the house has to change from happy to moody because daddy is returning home. So this conversation is important, and you can see on my screen or on your screen that it is a cycle ending. We build strong children, our family needs emotional safety. We need families where children can return to and express themselves without feeling guilty. I'm going to ask us another question. If your children are going through any challenges at all today, no matter the age group of your children, let's say they are they are minors, that's they are under age 12, or they are teenagers. Teenagers are still minors, let's say from age 12 to 16, or they are young adults. Can your children confidently confide in you no matter the challenges that they are going through without you being their last option, their last resort? When your children have challenges, do they think about their friends first? Do they think about their classmate first? Do they think about even going online to those blogs and the social media influencers to see where if they can get opinions from that as a parent. So these are some of the questions that we need to ask ourselves. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, now let's look at the definition of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is first off the ability to understand your own emotions. I am angry. Why am I angry? I am moody. Why am I sad? I am irritable. Why am I irritable? Do you even know that you are angry? You're irritable. It's a wonderful weekend. The weather is nice. You have money in your bank account. You have food at home, but you're feeling there is this weight of heaviness that you're feeling. Do you even understand that this feeling you have is a weight of heaviness? Have you sat to introspect and ask yourself certain questions, such as, why am I feeling this way? What has happened? Okay, you walk down your week or you begin from that day. You walk through what has happened. I woke up in the morning, I did this, I did that, I saw this person. Then you move down to how that week has been. You move to the earlier days of the week. So this is one of the many ways to examine and understand what our emotions look like. When we say someone is emotionally intelligent, they have the ability to understand their emotions. They are not just going around escalating and transferring aggression or engaging in transference when they are interacting and relating with others. Secondly, now that you understand your emotions, I said you woke up on a beautiful weekend on a Saturday morning and you just started feeling heavy. You've now been able to trace it to the fact that your week has been busy. You received maybe a very bad news or a news that was not so good at work. You have certain deadlines that are waiting for you the following week. These are some of the many instances that can affect your mood, that can affect your emotions. Now, the ability to manage your emotions is to ensure that, first off, you do not transfer what you are feeling to others around you. Either you share what you are feeling to those around you, and if they are children, I mean, if they are minors, children may not really understand when we use certain languages. You can just say that, okay, um Tokwe, busy. I'm not feeling good today. I don't want anyone to disturb me. I just want to sleep, or I just want to be on my own for some hours. Let's say for like 5 hours. I don't want any noise. If you make a noise, I'm not going to be very happy with you. I would appreciate that you people do not make a noise. You can watch cartoon or do your assignment or read your book. You give them something to do rather than just picking on the children and saying, "Why are you people shouting? Why are these children making noise? Why are you doing this? I don't blame you because you do not work. I'm trying so hard, just like Dr. Ezine cited earlier. I'm trying so hard, working so hard to give you people what you are doing." At that point, when you begin to use statements like that, is transferring aggression or you're engaging in transference. So the ability to manage your emotions is very, very important. Let me know the time that I have left. Then, emotional intelligence is also the ability to recognize, influence, and be influenced by the emotions of others. It is saddening sometimes that some people cannot read the room when they get to a place. So you get to a place, and I taught this topic in my church a couple of weeks ago, but just centering around emotional intelligence in general. You get to a place, you see that people are moody, for example, and you just get in there and you're shouting. Maybe you are the extroverted person, you're extroverted, you are outspoken. When you get to a place, you want to establish your presence. People know that you are there. You want people to know that that is just you, and this is not even you doing too much. But when you get to a place, you have to read the room. It is part of emotional intelligence. Recognize, sense, be intuitive, sense what is happening, sense the mood of people. It may necessarily not be important for you to wear the mood of others, depending on the situation. Imagine you get to a place where they have just lost a loved one, and you get there, you start shouting, you say, what's wrong with this person? That person is of others is very important. Let's move to the next slide. Can we move to the next slide, please?
Yes, we're
So
currently on
I'm
the
going to
field
talk
of
about the wheel of emotion. Now, this wheel of emotion is a chart that I use so much with my clients. This wheel or this chart is very helpful when it comes to helping you as an individual understand your emotions. At any point in time, when you notice that you are not feeling yourself. Feeling yourself in quote is when you are emotions are the emotions that are labeled in the innermost circle. Then we have secondary emotions that emanate from these core emotions. And finally, on this wheel of emotions, at the outer circle, we have the level of intensity. So you can be angry, but at the same time, someone can still make a joke and you will laugh about it, even though you're still angry or upset about something, whatever it is that has made you upset and angry. You can also be angry so much that someone will say something that will naturally make you laugh, that will naturally make you giggle, chuckle on a normal day, but you will not feel any emotion. So that is also pointing you to the level of the level or the intensity of our emotions at every point in time is very important. And when you begin to use this charts, when you start using it and you get used to making use of this chart, without this chart in your hand, you can decipher what you're feeling, why you are feeling that way, the intensity, and what you can do to regulate yourself at that point in time. Let's move to the next slide. Next slide, please. So, this is the part where we look at culture and emotional intelligence. Let's reframe culture. You can respect someone and not be silent around them or not be passive around them. Respect is not fear. When we instill fear in our children or when we instill fear in the younger generation, people it means that people would do things because they are afraid of the consequences, not because they have an understanding of what is right or the understanding of the right things to be done. If I tell my child, for example, one of my children, if I tell one of my children, open fire when the stove is on, and I say, if you put your hand there, I will beat you. The beating, in quote, that I have mentioned is me instilling fear in the child. I have not told that child why it is important not to put your hand in naked fire. I have not said if you put your hand in naked fire, it will burn you. If you have a burn, that scar can be on your hand or whatever part of your body that um, grazes the fire for as long as you can remember. If you do that, you may fall sick and end up in the hospital. So there are so many reasons which are negative consequences why that child should not put their hand inside fire. Not me saying, if you put your hand inside fire, I will beat you. And sometimes the reason why we need to examine emotional intelligence is a lot of times our children grow up, and some of us have also grown up doing things out of fear rather than doing things from the place of understanding. Either we are working towards things or we are abstaining from them from the place of fear or understanding. Expression and respect can coexist. So when I say this, people be like, is it possible in a typical African setting you can hear me. I want you, okay, see it, rolling. I said expression and respect can coexist. In all honesty, do I shout as a mom, as a typical African mom? I still do, but um, in the last couple of years, there has been, a downsize. I'm getting better at it, and it is very much possible for us to raise children without beating them, without shouting at them, and they would have that confidence that society by the time they are grown. Let's move to the next slide. Now we want to see the components of emotional intelligence, or I would say the elements of emotional intelligence. The first is self-awareness. Recognize inherited patterns. One of the inherited patterns that I have as a parent is shouting. I met it. It is what I saw in the environment that I grew up in, and I believe that a lot of us can relate to that. Shouting any little thing that happens, the automatic response is to shout and scream on the children. Then the next level of self-awareness is to identify triggers. So what are the things that triggers you as a parent? Maybe when your children scatter the house, or I'm even focusing on children. I'm going to speak about our partners as well. Maybe when you your partner triggers are, and you need to reflect on your reactions. So are your reactions healthy? Are they helpful? Are they positive? Do your reactions bring about more damage or more damages? So we need to be self-aware. If you're saying, oh, I'm an emotionally intelligent person, an emotional intelligence is not suppression. Suppression is you having so much to say and you say, let me suppress it. Suppression is you having so much to say and you say, let me suppress it. That is suppression, or that is repression. You are repressing your emotions. So recognize patterns that are inherited on your own side. Identify what triggers you, either in terms of how you relate with your children, or in terms of how you relate with to manage your behaviors and ability to handle stress and impulsive situations. So I'm going to give an example of an impulsive situation. An impulsive or an impulsive event, or what impulsiveness means. Impulsiveness is either a thought or an action that happens with you having no little to no control over it, because your brain, your nervous system has mastered that as the ideal reaction over a couple of years. So your child breaks a glass cup, or a breakable plate, for example, and the automatic response will either be to shout and say, aggressive. Passive aggressive in the sense that you are not speaking to them. You are not only speaking to them, you are not speaking to them. Is that the right statement? Yes. But you're also doing things to intentionally upset them. So where I come from as a Yoruba lady, for example, you are keeping malice with somebody and they walk past you, you sing. Um, you sing some song to spite the person, or they walk past you and you make certain statements to spite the person. You're being passive aggressive. On my screen, I can still see self-awareness slide, but I'm on self-regulation now. You're being passive aggressive. So, okay, thank you. So the ideal thing to do is call that person, let them know that, oh, you did this and I feel upset. And you are using assertive language. Assertiveness is also a skill that we all need to learn. So you're using assertive language. You did this. It made me feel this way. You are not saying, oh, this is what you always do. You are selfish, you are this, you are that. No, address the situation and not antagonize the person. Well, why we know that the person may have some characters that does not sit well with us, and we want them to change, but address the situation. Let's say, for example, um, maybe there is a plan that you had for the weekend and your spouse suddenly cancels on you. You have been looking forward to that event so much and they cancel on you, and the canceling is not even the problem, but they do not feel remorseful about it. Let's say something else came up and they just need to attend to that thing, but they do not feel remorseful. about this event that has been cancelled, but you have been planning it as a couple for as long as you can remember, and you're looking forward to it. And they are saying, okay, so because we said we'll have a hangout, we are going to go out as husband and wife now. Should I not now go to work, or should I not now do this or do that? And the person is not remorseful. Rather than being passive aggressive, address the situation. Call them, let them take a seat. Let them know that you have been planning this event for a very long time. You have really been looking forward to. In fact, you have picked the dress that you will wear. The shoes are ready. Maybe you've even made your hair as, the wife, for example. You have dreamt about the pictures that you will take, that you will post on social media. All those expectations now have gone zoom down the drain. So self-regulation is one of the many components of emotional intelligence. Rather than being passive aggressive, I'm reiterating this. Address the situation. So let's move to the next slide. And this next component of emotional intelligence is parenting and emotional intelligence. Now, how do we fuse self-awareness and self-regulation together? Children learn from observation. The way you treat yourselves as husband and wife, as the parents in the home, your children are learning. You want to have children that are caring, or you want to have, a family that is cozy, loving. And we as adults, we are not even replicating that. Some of us will even call our spouse by the name of our children. So let's say maybe your first child is Bolu and you say Mama Bolu. No pet names for your wife, no pet name for your I know that this may be common in the generation of our parents, but I want to believe that some couples still do it in this age and time. You say Mama Bolu, Baba Bolu. So before the person became Mama Bolu and Baba Bolu, they don't have a name, or you did not decide to have pet names for yourselves, like honey, babe, dear. So children are watching. The way you also speak to yourselves as parents, they are watching. Where is the oh, I don't know. I don't know whether
The network is breaking.
you.
The network is breaking, and
I don't
our next speaker is here as
know what
well.
is wrong with your mommy. They are watching those reactions move on. The first thing to do is unlearn those patterns have lived with us for 20 years plus, 30 years plus. Maybe some of us that are even listening today, 40 years plus, or even 50 years plus. But we need to unlearn those unhealthy patterns. That I've mentioned self-awareness as one of the elements of emotional intelligence. So you need to come to that place teaching your children, besides the fact that you are not treating your spouse or your wives or your wife rather in a way that is healthy, that is positive. You're also teaching your children on the right, patterns or the right ways to address issues when they happen. So unlearn those unhealthy patterns. Identify them, unlearn them. And how do you unlearn them? You need to and talk to experts that are keen on emotional intelligence or emotional coaching. Either you speak to a counselor, you speak to a professional that can walk you through identifying those patterns and learning patterns that are healthy. And when I say learning patterns that are healthy, it is this is individualistic. So maybe for the person that shouts a lot, and you know that your children are even anxious around you, or your spouse is always anxious around you, or when they know that you're upset, they're always agitated, they're always on the edge. Maybe passive aggressive. You can, let your partner know that, okay, everything that is happening in the house, whether they are good, bad, or ugly, you just want to take a walk to cool off. You just want to take a walk to cool off. You are taking a walk to cool off. If you are not communicating it, you are still passive aggressive because you have stepped out. There is an issue on ground, maybe you and your wife, which again is not a healthy way to communicate. You have shouted, on each other, and you pick your clothes and you step out. So you have left that person emotionally hanging at that point in time. So you need to also communicate. Okay, so you need to also communicate and let's move to the next slide. I will just touch the other slides that I have in 1 or 2 minutes. Is that okay, Dr. Izini?
The next speaker is already here. She's at the background already. She's been here waiting.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right. So, thank you so much, ma'am. Now, let me just move to family exercise and I will wrap up with that. That should be slide 18. So, what are some of the things that you can do as a family? I mean, together with your spouse and your children. Daily emotional check-in is very important. Well, you may say that daily emotional check-in is a lot. You can move it to weekly emotional check-in. 2 days ago, I was having a conversation with my children, and I started with, "What do you want to be in future?" And one person said this, one person said that, and we're smiling and laughing and just chatting. And one of them said, "I want to be a mental health therapist." I'm like, "Eh, where is this coming from?" And she mentioned that, "Oh, because you understand our emotions and you know how to relate when it comes to our emotions." I just laughed. Sometimes we may think that children do not see things and they do not understand things. They may not understand because of the level of their development, but they are internalizing. It means that their nervous system, their brain is learning all of the patterns, everything that is happening in the house, whether they are good, bad, or ugly. So daily emotional check-in is very important. Ask your children how their week has been. Ask them the things that mommy and daddy do that they do not like. Typical African parent may not want to ask that question. I asked my children, so I asked them, "Yes, tell me what mommy does that you do not like." The first day I asked that question, my daughter looked at me like, where is this mommy driving? And I'm like, "No, feel free. Just tell me." Because you would think that, oh, you are the best parent, you are superb and all of that, but you'll be amazed at how your children experience you as a parent. Listen without judgment. I have mentioned that it is not when they now say that, "Okay, mommy, daddy, sometimes you do this, you do that, and then I don't like it or it makes me feel this." And I say, "Ungrateful children." So I'm trying to correct you. You don't know more than me. I'm the adult here. Some of those tones or languages that we use, and teach feelings. Teach your children feelings. Let them understand that it's okay to be sad. So a child cannot be crying. You say, "Don't cry." Why will the child not cry? Something has happened that is making that child to cry, or your spouse is crying and you are laughing. Pẹ̀lẹ́ omi pọ̀ lójú ẹ̀. I'm going to interpret that like, "Oh, sorry." Your eyes are filled with water. So teach feelings. Either you to your spouse, to your children, express feelings. Don't be, almighty daddy and mommy, because you're not. You're human. Let them see that to have emotions as humans is very important, and it's normal, it's ideal. That is how we are wired. That is how God has created us. And finally, in closing, I will just jump to the last slide, which is 20. No, slide, sorry. A healthy family is emotionally safe. when you think of safety, when you think of awareness and connectedness, if this is absent in our family, then that family is not a healthy one. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. I wish we had more time because she had a lot on her slides that are actually loaded. I wish we had more time to explore this emotional intelligence because it's a very important one when it comes to family health. Thank you so much for sharing all of those, Bosede. Anytime I listen to you, there's always something new. Thank you. If you've gotten something from today's session, please leave a comment for her. Leave a comment. Let's see. And while people are leaving comments, can you tell us how we can contact you in case we need further? How we can reach out to you?
Okay, thank you so much. I should have included that on the slides. Pardon me. So you can reach out to me at myonboardingup.org. That is our website. And then you can also give us a call. I will just quickly read out our contact number. So it's our phone number and WhatsApp as well, if that is okay.
Yes,
So
please go
just
ahead.
Google myonboardingup.org and then you will see us there. Then for our phone number, I just want to pull it out quickly.
Can you spell the
I
website?
know that the next speaker is here. Sorry, I didn't get that.
Can you spell the website?
Website. You mean to spell the website?
Yes, so that I can write it down.
Oh, okay. So it is that's MY,
Mm-hmm.
and onboarding,
Mm-hmm.
UNBURDEN.
Okay.
Then hub, HUB. So myonboardingup.org. And our contact number is 0903-5-090-35-95-7871. Thank you so much, Dr. Ezine.
I hope it's correct on the screen. Okay. Thank you so much for that amazing session. Even though we didn't get everything, but what we got is enough for us to become self-aware, on emotional intelligence and also using the emotion wheels, to communicate things better, to express ourselves better. And thank you. I really appreciate that. And I know that a lot of people are saying, yeah, thank you so much. It was extensive. People got a lot. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your time once again. And I hope we bring you back because I know that you've not explored everything. There's still more. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll now be bringing up our next speaker. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. So we are bringing up our next speaker, who I am going to introduce right now, who we are very, very privileged to have her in today's summit. And this is Juliet Odiambo, who is a personal finance trainer and money coach with over 8 years of experience in financial literacy, training and curriculum development, as well as commercial banking. As the ultimate money whisperer, hey, Juliet has worked with over 500 clients through her one-on-one coaching program, through 5,000 plus coaching hours. Wow. And over 200 plus investment groups called Chamas over the past 5 years. She has also reached 10,000 plus through her webinars, corporate training, and social media platforms. She has done this through her financial education, social enterprise, Pesa Savvy, which targets professionals with the appropriate skills for money management. She holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree in finance from Kenyatta University in Kenya and a master's degree in international relationships from United States International University, Africa, where she focused on development studies. She's a 2018 Mandela Washington Fellow, through which she earned a certification in business and entrepreneurship from the Kellogg School of Management. Juliet is a champion for financial inclusion through financial literacy and partnering with financial technology firms to increase awareness and use of technology that promotes financial inclusion. She has cracked the code on human beings and money. Wow. Having worked with her clients to understand their relationship with money as the prerequisite foundation for all financial decisions, she is committed to seeing Africa empowered with financial literacy skills for economic empowerment and to continuously pursue God's purpose and calling for her life in every sense. If you heard what I just read now, can you give her an ovation? I think ovation is when you stand. Clap, I beg. Clap. Clap, I beg. Hey, you're welcome. We are so happy to have you, Juliet.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me very well.
Yes, very well.
Wonderful. I'm excited to be here and I'm really looking forward to speaking to the people and sharing what I have prepared and what has been put in my heart to share about. I think this is quite a unique experience, a unique summit to be hosting, and a privilege as well for me to be part of it. So I want to talk to you about how you can move to the next slide, how you can create the financial systems that you need so that your family is in a good position, because one of the leading causes of stress is actually finances. And so I want to share a little bit about my story to where I am today. So this is the story I'm sharing happened probably 7 years ago. I was recently unemployed at that point. So this is back in 2018. And I was recently unemployed in the sense that I left employment and I was starting my business in that period of time. And I had organized myself so that I can be financially savvy. As someone who is going to deal with people's finances and help them with finances, I did the due diligence. I was living on my savings at that time because I was setting up a business. I was starting a new business. If you've ever started a business as a main income source, then you know this was not a very easy season to be in. So I left employment in April of 2018. I did an exchange program, and around the end of 2018, I launched and registered my business. Around the same time, it just so happened that my father happened to be diagnosed with cancer, and he was slowly deteriorating, and there was a lot of hospital visits that we had to engage in, and we had to do a lot of payments for medication and things like that. For context, I have 3 siblings. I have 2 siblings. I am in the middle of these 2 siblings. I have an older brother and I have a small sister, a younger sister. And so in this period of time, it is our responsibility. My mom passed away quite a while back. And so it was just our responsibility to ensure that he gets the medical attention that he needs, and that we do what we can. And you can imagine, again, within the African context, the responsibility, the weight of family, you just can't go off and do your own thing. So it happened to be also having this money that I had put aside to live on needed to be spent to take my father to hospital in the midst of all the, if you've had a loved one with cancer, then you know the medication that is involved there, chemotherapy and this and that. So there got to a point where we had to really start thinking about a better way to do manage this sickness, because it was chronic and things were going slowly deteriorating. My savings were getting depleted. It was a bit of a stressful time period. Please go to the next slide. So it's in that period of time that I really learned to figure out solutions that I could use, the same solutions that I use for myself, that I was able to help other people with it. And I'll be sharing a lot of stories in the middle, because I think there are lessons, very important lessons for you to learn. And I want to make this as practical as possible. So I'm not going to be talking about the stock market, but I want to talk about the nitty gritties that you need to do to help you manage, to save your family from financial ruin, both extended and nuclear, without putting yourself in financial risk in terms of you managing your own financial health, right? So a personal story for me, we had to figure out a way to help my dad, and I'll come back to that story. Another story is, this is now a client that I was able to work with at this time, around the same time, or rather as I established my business, a few how do I call it? A few years later, one of these ladies approached me. This lady approached me. In her life, she was quite frustrated and tired, because within her family, she happened to be the only one of her siblings that had a really good job. She was her mom's main provider and supporter. She had cousins who were very regular in asking and borrowing money from her. She was tired of watching the capacity that she had as an income earner. She was very tired of seeing the capacity that she had going to waste. And so because of being the go-to person, especially financially, so when she reached out to me, she was really literally at her wit's end, and I guided her through her personal financial plan that will help her identify her money limits and limitations. And in order for her to get this solution, we set up, in Kenya, we have this, I'm sure there's a name for it in whichever part of the African continent you're in, but this savings groups, right? They can either be investment groups or savings groups. So how we ended up solving the solution that she was experiencing in her family, the one that, if you know that you're the one who's made it in your family, you know that you're the one who has the good job, or you're even abroad and no one else in your family is abroad. And it's such a big accomplishment being abroad. So there's that fear or that consistency of people asking you for finances, and it can actually be a leading cause of divorce. One of the reports I was reading recently demonstrated how particularly Africans in diaspora were getting extremely frustrated because of having to send money home, where people expect that you are abroad and you're making more money than everyone else, and the consistent and the insistent asking or request for money was actually causing depression amongst the African in diaspora. And so it depression to the point of suicide, which is quite unfortunate. So that level of stress, we have all, or majority of us have experienced some level of it. So one of the solutions we ended up solving for her is setting up a money system where she involved her sisters and her cousins to create a group, a savings group and an investment group, where this will become a fund where they are able to support and help their family in that season or in any season of financial distress. So this is how I want to, this is the story, one of the stories, let me say, one of the case studies I want to show how exactly I was able to help her do this, and so that you can also learn to put the systems in place, money systems, financial systems in place that gives you financial peace of mind, even in seasons where there are difficulties going on. I'll share my story, my personal story, what we did, and I'll also share my client's story. So if you can move to the next slide,
I don't know. So if you can relate, let me know in the chat if you can relate, whether you consider yourself like the first generation wealth builder in your family. You are the one supporting your parents and siblings. You are sometimes experience emotional blackmail through financial obligations, where you have to send money home, or you have to pay for this, you have to pay for this school fees. You feel like the only financially responsible person in your family. Just today, I had two instances with my clients. In one case, one of my clients was experiencing a situation, or rather, she was going through a very financial trauma, where her own parents used her own property and asset. They borrowed against it, and they got her into debt. So she was dealing with that kind of financial trauma, where she was expecting support from them, and yet got the other in response. And then I also talked to a client where just today as well, where I was helping her organize her family's finances after her father passed away. I'm going to share that story more specifically, because there are important lessons to learn. So if you want to change the story and trajectory of your family money, then this is the session that you need to be in, because I have some gems that you don't want to drop. So my goal for this season, for this session, is to show you that the only way to truly help your family is to have a plan, and to build financial systems and structure that will help your family in the long term and in the short term. Because it can be very easy, when you see a problem in your family, to just throw money at it as a solution. But what are you doing behind the scenes when you keep doing that? You're building a culture of people who are not able to sustain and help themselves, and you become the source. You become the source of your family's both financial solution, but also now inducing financial distress for yourself. Next slide, please. So yes, back to my story. So this was me back in 2018. I had just done, I was doing an exchange program. I was doing the most, actually. That's when I launched my business, and a lot of things were happening at this time. And it was also the same time, next slide, please. The same time, of course, doing winning awards. My business has grown over time. This is the reason why you need to listen to me. Over time, my business has been able to grow in terms of my ability to assist people, but also in terms of the systems and structures that I've put in place for people. So around this time is when now my father got sick, and I'm sure some of us can relate to this story of having an elderly or sick parent that you are helping. It was my desire to give him the best access to medical attention. It was my desire to be able to give him the medication that he needed, but that needed money as well. Internally, I was fighting my own priorities about my business, about my own ability to sustain my own expenses. At that time, again, like I mentioned, I'm in the middle of two siblings. My younger sibling was not even employed. So there was nothing she could do financially to support. And then my older brother was helping. So it was just between the two of us trying to figure out how we're going to pay the school fees. So the hospital fees. So it felt like a burden that was not equally distributed across the family. So something had to give. And this was when we had our first epiphany as siblings. So we did lots of research. We actually got ourselves into a meeting, and the first issue we had to discuss was this: how are we going to cover these medical bills? After that, we set up one of the things we realized, we're looking for opportunities. Where are we going to get money to both help our dad, but also help ourselves in this situation? Afterwards, my brother shared something that he was doing, a consulting work that he was doing, that he could teach us as his sisters, so that he could be able to get more business, and we as a team, we could make more money. So the WhatsApp group, if you have siblings WhatsApp group, that applies to us as well. We used to have very many conversations of, oh, this money is needed, oh, this money is needed, you need to send money for this, you need to send money for this. And after a while, the business that we set up actually was able to meet not only our father's medical bills, but also support my sister who was not employed, and allow me to now release me financially to grow my business. So our WhatsApp messages really moved. It changed from we need money for this to we have received a payment for this. It was a shift that happened in a span of 12 to 18 months, right? Where we had, in this period, our father was sick, we grew the business, we got finances, and this was only possible because we were able to do this as a family. I'm not sure if you can see this. I got permission from my siblings to share our conversations. There are very many screenshots, but I wanted to demonstrate how we were able to go from this money is needed to we have just received payment for this. Who did this work? Who needs to receive this money? How are we going to separate this money for hospital as well as for your own personal expenses? So I think that used to bring my brother a certain amount of money, now turned out to be able to bring 5 times to 10 times monthly revenue that he used to bring before. But that was only because we were able to come together as siblings and put a system in place, a plan. We actually had to set up a business system in place that will allow us to acquire customers, do the work, and get payment within a period of time so that we can ease the financial pressure. Now, the next slide, please. People have I am a money coach, so I deal with a lot of people. I've done very many hours of talking about money. And for sure, I can tell you, people are struggling with the issue of money and family. People are struggling with bringing a balance between, especially there's this generation who are in this phase where you are parenting your children, but at the same time, you're parenting your parents, right? And that's where we found ourselves. Both my siblings have families that they are building, and at the same time we have to make sure that our father is getting medical care, and we have to pay for certain things. So you kind of are in your generation in the middle, where you have to you can no longer look upward, because when you look upward, then they're looking down to you for help. Neither can you look downward, because when you look downward, they're looking up to you for financial help. So you end up feeling guilty when you set certain boundaries about what you can do and when you can do what. You also say yes, because there's that African culture that, family must stand with family. You must always help family, but you want to help, but you secretly resent it, because you know that at the back of it, you are actually struggling yourself with your own finances, and you try to save, but never for long, because before you know it, the money has gone into something else. And so this is why I want to help you to think about the different familial structures that you can put in place to help you get financial systems that will give you ease, or bring ease for yourself and anyone else that you can that you relate with. So going back to the case study that I shared earlier, this lady reached out to me because she was extremely frustrated with her financial position. She was the only income earner in her family. She had siblings, she had cousins, and there was always a call here or there about finances that are needed. So you can go to the next slide, please. So she had sisters who are employed at various levels of pay, but she was the one who was earning the most. She had a mother who was retired and a father who was ailing. So there were so many demands that she had to meet. And the family assets now from the family she was born into was mostly land. So they owned some pieces of land, and then there was her mom's pension. This was the financial position that they were in, and they needed to support their parents as well as build their own families, these sisters. So when she came to, she was my first client. This is what we did, right? She found me in the many ways people find me, like you're finding me today. So I started working with her as an individual to help her build a financial plan. So she set up, after us working together for a couple of months, she decided this thing is not going to be sustainable. This financial plan I'm putting in place is not going to be sustainable without the cooperation of my sisters. So she brought in, she requested a session with her 3 sisters. right? And this is where I bring in the family aspect. So whoever you are managing with, I have worked with couples, I have worked with sisters, I have worked with cousins, I have worked with extended families. Actually, there was one call I had that had almost 30 people. All of them were family related to each other in one way or another. So we worked together with her sisters. We worked out a system that will allow them to build a monthly contribution based on their capacity, right? So this, they just started, just the two of them. They just started the three sisters. They just started as the three of them, in terms of putting a plan in place that doesn't overwhelm or overburden one person. After a few months of me working with her sisters, they now brought in their parents. So we did an assets and liabilities assessment, just figuring out what is it that you own as a family, what is it that you owe as a family, because as their father was ailing, one of the biggest fear was they will inherit their father's debt. And this client of mine was already getting very anxious and stressed about the potential of that happening. So the sisters the sisters had started working in, brought in their parents, and then ultimately they brought in the cousins as well. So after the parents came in, now the sisters reached out even outside their immediate family and included their cousins. So they came up with the three main priorities that affect their family, the external family. What are the things that keep coming up? Also, and so hasn't paid school fees. Oh, this is needed for hospital. This is needed for that. And they came up with, after coming up with a plan, priorities and numbers tied to those priorities, then they started contributing a small amount every single month by every single person based on your capacity. So to date, I have had sessions with this family, the extended family, and now we are actually in a place of organizing a session for their children. So after now they've learned these things, they want to make sure that this same pattern is not transferred to their children. And so their teens have been roped into a savings plan, and now we want to set up a system where we'll teach these children how to manage their finances, even with the little money they're given, the pocket money for school and things like that. Even setting up business, how do you think of business ideas, business solutions? So now we meet once a year, as I meet the family once a year for annual reviews. That was a major case study that I wanted to share with you, so that you can see, with the right systems in place, clarity of problem as well, you can put up a proper structure and system that can help your family. Next slide, please. The second case study I want to share with you is the one that I was talking about today. I literally just had a session with her a few hours ago. So she comes from a family with 4 siblings. 3 of them are employed. 1 is still a student in university. Both of their parents are deceased, and they have an inheritance of $500,000 to manage. So this client of mine is the one who is managing this inheritance. And so one of her biggest problems was that she got power of attorney to manage her parents' finances when the dad was still sick. And the moment she got that responsibility is when she realized, I don't know, I have no clue what I'm supposed to do with this money. And that's when she reached out to me. And this is a call. Everything I have explained, I hope you can look at yourself as both the parent and the child in any scenario. Because if you are a child who has a parent who is sick or is ailing, or then you must ask yourself, how do I prevent this thing from going to my children? How do I prevent this from transmitting the same problem to my children? That means you as an individual cannot transfer that financial distress to your children. How do you ensure that that doesn't happen? The good thing here is that the parent had kind of organized his money in some sort of way. The problem was that while he had the money, he did not transfer the financial discipline or diligence or knowledge or literacy to the children. And so now they have this huge amount of money to manage, but they have no idea where to start so that this thing is sustainable in the long run. So what did we do? Next slide, please. So this client was my first one, and when she reached out, her father was still sick, so I was helping her to figure out how she can manage, budget, pay for the hospital bills, and still pay for the things that her siblings needed paid for, and cater for family. So we started with as basic as, these are your expenses, track for me the expenses, then let's do a budget for your family, then let's do a plan. Now by the time we are getting to that point, unfortunately he passed away, and giving her the responsibility as the executioner of his will. And so now they have huge amounts, she had huge amounts of money that she needed to figure out. So what did we do? We now looked at potential financial products and services in the market that will help her manage, not just manage, but grow the money while ensuring that her siblings and her family's expenses are catered for. Now, it's one thing to save. It is quite another to multiply the money that you have. It will be a great dishonor to her parent if she's not able to multiply this money, or if this money runs out in a few years. And so the plan we have set in place with her is one that will allow the money to earn interest. We have actually done a separation of these amounts of this $500 and said, this, we're going to take this money, we're putting it in this investment so that it can cater for these expenses. This other portion we are going to put in this investment because we want it to get to this level in 5 years and this level in 10 years. Now, without that kind of financial help, the stress, the stress where you have money, the stress you experience when you don't have adequate finances, and then the stress that you experience when you have a lot of money but you have no idea what to do with it, because she was carrying a burden of responsibility. She has been carrying it, a burden of responsibility and weight of trying to figure out what do I do this thing without financial literacy. So we have set up sessions where we explore the different investment opportunities so that she has clear financial goals and a cash flow, a clarity of the cash flow that she needs, and then investment plan that is set in motion. My challenge to you is, do you know what your family needs, both the one that is in that you are from and the one that you are building? What are the direct current needs that your family has today? What are the needs that your family will have in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years? What are the education needs that your family has? And what are you doing in right now to ensure that you are not passing on generational poverty to your children? If you keep giving, which is our nature to do, without planning, you will always be in survival mode. You'll always be trying to figure out, okay, what do we do? How do we manage this? How do we manage this? However, if you build a system, a financial system that begins from having clarity of, we need this much money for A, B, C, D, and then this is how to manage it, and these are the investment opportunities available, then what you create is sustainability. Because as another fun fact that I learned when I was doing a lot of research around black tax and how Africans in diaspora send money, and this is data for Kenya. This is data for Kenya. The data shows that more money is sent home by Kenyans living in diaspora than the amount of money that Kenya receives as financial aid. That means that there's a lot of money that is being sent home that is not building, but it is actually for expenses. And that is a backward kind of thinking, because we are not building generational wealth. In fact, we are pushing generational poverty because of not having systems in place that ensure that what we are experiencing, financial distress we're experiencing, is not passed on to the next generation. It is a longer and harder route to set up systems in place, but ultimately it will save your family. Right now, because of that, if anything I have said rings true to you, then I have something that is beneficial to you. And this is the Family Finance Toolkit. if you're looking for a step-by-step toolkit that will help you set giving limits as an individual so that you can avoid that black tax that is choking you, putting you on a chokehold, if you want to learn how to create a family fund that is sustainable, if you want to identify and establish an income generation source or an income generator as family members, doesn't matter how big that family is, siblings, sisters, cousins, if you want to learn how to do that, if you want to learn how to create an emergency or a dignity fund, that's what I called the money we were able to put together for my dad. We were able to put together a dignity fund so that he can receive the kind of medical support that he needs for his last years with us. And if you want to learn how to make hard money decisions easier, especially where emotions are concerned, where family is concerned, or you want to learn how to teach your children about money, this is what the Family Finance Toolkit has for you. So what it is that next slide, please. It's when I say toolkit, it has a combination of templates, lesson videos. It has combination of planner, an analysis worksheet, a family finance planner, a family needs template of figuring out this is what the financial needs of our family. We have emergency scenario, decision guide, how do I make decisions, a simple script for when to say no for money without feeling guilty, right? There are different scenarios where people could ask for money. So how do you say no without breaking family ties, without ruining family relationships? If you want a script to start the family finance conversation with your family, whether it is your children and your husband and wife, or whether it is with your siblings and parents, these are difficult conversations, and I can tell you for sure. There are times when one young man reached out to me, and he was so stressed because he knew how much debt his father was in. And he also knew that this father of mine is about to retire as well. And he also knew, as the firstborn son, I am going to take on the responsibility of the things my father has been paying for. And he also knew that he did not have neither the financial capacity nor the emotional or psychological capacity to carry the burden that his father was carrying for his family back home in the village. So how do you start these money conversations in such a scenario? If you want age-appropriate exercises to teach your children about money, and also have digital money cards that will help give you prompts to how to start those money conversations with your family. This is what you get in the family toolkit, family finance toolkit. You'll get clarity, strategy, your savings will be intact, you'll have confidence for managing money as a family. You'll also get family respect, especially when you're able to be the one that pulls them together. Even more peace of mind, because we're all about reducing the amount of stress that we are bombarded with, of which money becomes a key player in this. And if you also want a better chance at achieving your financial goals, and this is the thing, right? There's a certain place, even as I speak, there's a certain image you have of what your financial independence or financial freedom would look like. I want to get you there. I want to help you go there. And if you also, but for you to get there, you must also learn to let go of some of the things that are holding your money back. So a big problem that I see for us as Africans is that we keep we earn money, right? But we keep taking it back instead of taking it forward. So if you have a good job that pays you a certain amount of money, and you earn that amount of money, and it can help you achieve financial freedom in the next 10 years. So whether it's $100, it's $20, $200, whatever that amount is monthly, if this money could go towards helping you invest and achieve financial freedom, but now there are things that you are taking it backward for. I have to pay for this. I have to pay for this. I have to pay for so-and-so school fees. I have to do this. So what happens is that the clear future that you could have been going towards is not achieved because we are paying backward. And so that means that every generation that comes takes money backward, and none of us is actually pulling forward. You can move to the next slide. So this Family Finance Toolkit was created to help to mitigate that experience and put together. It's actually a family toolkit that usually goes for $100 because it's a full blown. It even has like a last what I don't know how to call it, but it's a legal term where if you pass away and you want your people to know where the things are, then you put all these things in a certain document and allow people to be able to access it. So all of these, the toolkit usually goes for $100. Next slide, please. But because of the wonderful work that the Stress Management Summit is doing, I have actually reduced it by 50%, but only if you purchase by Sunday at midnight, right? So you have the 48 hours to take advantage of this offer. That allows you to access this family finance toolkit to help your current family, but also your future family. So it stops from being $100 to $50 if you're able to do this by Sunday at midnight. Please move to the next slide. And if you order by that time, you will also get a free consultation with me. And you can bring your family, you can bring your husband, you can bring your children. And this is only if you take advantage of this offer within the 48 hours. You'll get a 1 hour one-on-one consultation with me, one-on-one in the sense that it is you alone or you and your family. You'll also get a copy of the ebook, my book, That's Why You're Poor. Again, That's Why You're Poor is a book that talks about the right systems that you can put in place, the right structures that you can put in place, and the right forums that you should attend to ensure that you are not poor. The reason why a lot of us are struggling with poverty is not because we are not capable of making money. We are very capable, but that money that we are making is not being structured well. It's not being planned well. So I am throwing this offer at you so that you can take advantage. You get the full kit, full Family Finance Toolkit. It has a lot of downloadable templates. If you order within those 48 hours, you get immediate access. You will get immediate access of this document. We'll share with you a link. I can see the slide is not presenting very well, but you could actually type the link on your browser and you'll have immediate access to the toolkit. All those templates you have immediate access to, but at the same time, you will actually be able to book. Once you purchase it, you will immediately be taken to my calendar and book a session for you and your family. So you can scan it, or you can, thank you so much for sharing the link on the chat. And I'm looking forward to helping each and every one of you to move your family's financial position from 50 to 100, from 20 to 50, from 50 to 70, wherever you are, there's the next step that you can access so that you save your family from financial ruin. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have any questions that we can take on. Oh, sorry, I don't know if it's just me. I can't hear you.
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that presentation. You took us through various family circumstances that we can actually relate to, Yeah. And one thing that stood out for me is, you mentioned when you look down, they are looking up at you. When you look up, they are looking down at you. So you are the one that is getting the brunt of everything. Yeah.
And it's so common. It's actually quite common scenario that a lot of people find themselves in.
That's right. So I don't know if we have any questions. We can just take one question so that we can have the next speaker. And okay. That's fine. Yeah. I don't think anyone has any questions, but I think they have some comments for you, actually.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Let's appreciate Juliet in the comments. If you can relate to the things she has mentioned, let's appreciate her in the comments. Thank you so much. Really appreciate. And you can see the link. You can also scan the code that she has put up on the page. Thank you. And we hope to bring you back again. Please say yes already.
Definitely.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, for those asking about the link, yes, we will send it to the WhatsApp group as well.
Okay. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for that.
Thank you.
Mm.
Yeah. All right. Thank you all so much for your patience. Whew, look at how far we've come. And we are on to the last session. Drum rolls. If you know what this session is going to be about, just let me know in the comments, because I have been waiting patiently for this particular session. Because, oh my God, with the way the world is going right now in technology, Ha, hey, all of us need to be armed, like really armed, because we don't need any stories this time around regarding our children, our marriages. Technology is a big deal. So if you're planning to miss this particular session, I don't know what your intentions are, because with the way the world is going right now, this is a must listen to. This knowledge is highly essential. So permit me to introduce our next speaker that is going to be taking us through artificial intelligence in the family life. Hey, I'm so ready. Oh, I'm so excited. So we have a lecturer all the way from the United Kingdom, Dr. Amaka Adiuku. I know that she already has an updated profile, but let's read this one that she has sent. She's being very humble with this profile. Dr. Amaka Adiuku is a lecturer in robotics and artificial intelligence in Cranfield University, UK. She is also the founder of Upskill in Tech, a platform dedicated to building AI awareness and empowering individuals, leaders, and organizations to thrive in an AI-powered world through practical education, productivity systems, and seamless workflow integration. I once listened to her presentation on AI, and in that brief presentation, I already got tools to help me with parenting. That's tools to help me. So this is so awesome to have Dr. Amaka coming to deliver to us at no cost. Dr. Amaka, okay, yeah. I thought I lost her for a minute. Yay! So happy to have you on board here. Guys, let's welcome Dr. Amaka, the robotics and artificial intelligence lecturer. I always see people in this kind of field as very, very intelligent, like genius kind of intelligence, honestly.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. I'll
Okay.
just pick up your slides. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's really a great honor to be part of the Stress Summit Africa for the first time. Really. Thank you so much, Dr. Zine, for this wonderful opportunity. For me.
Your
Yeah.
voice is a bit low.
Sorry?
Your voice was a bit low.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'll try and shout.
She's so
Okay.
so don't blame her.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Ezine. It's really an opportunity to be here. Thank you. You're doing, great work, driving stress management program across the globe. This is really impactful. Thank you so much. The truth is, every thriving family has experienced one form of stress or the other, including you and me. But the good news is, once you understand what is happening around you and learn how to manage it, you are the winning side. There's this thing this adage is knowledge is powerful, and that is a privilege we have in friends to gain insight from real life experiences and practical wisdom. Thank you, Dr. Zina, once again for putting this, amazing platform. I just want to let's go to the next slide, please.
I don't
Just
know if it's
to
just
quickly
me.
introduce
It's
myself.
a bit.
Sorry.
I don't know if it's just me. When you're talking, like the voice is going like this, like this.
It's echoing, right?
a little bit of echoing that we don't really hear the end of what you're saying.
Is it from my?
Okay, I think there is another you in the stage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you can remove that one, probably that's why. Okay. So there's two of her at the backstage. Probably that's why it was echoing and impacting on us. So let's her join again. This is one session I've actually been waiting for. So while we're waiting for her to join, I see some questions that some people have been asking, and someone asked about if this video will be available after the summit. Yes, it will be available so that you can catch the replay, so that those that weren't able to join live will also be able to watch it. So yes, it will be available, but it won't be available to the public until I don't know when. So it's only those that have registered that will get the replay link to the video. Okay, Dr. Maka is back again.
You hear me? Echoing.
Yes. I'll remove. There is another you. Let me just remove this
Okay,
one.
remove one. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, you can go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, I think it's fine now.
Let me hide.
Okay. Slides. Okay. Yeah. Just a brief introduction about myself. I am an academic, an entrepreneur building a business, a mother of three, a wife, and a child of God, serving in a very strategic position within the faith community. And if you're looking for someone that have really experienced what is called stress, especially in the UK space where we live, I have really, touched different flavors of stress. One of the most defining seasons of my life was when I started my PhD career. Journey of studying. At that point, my three children, they were between the ages of 5, 7, and 9 years old. And my husband then was back in Nigeria. I've always seen myself as a very strong woman that can always shoulder everything. In fact, I even reassured my husband while he was traveling that don't bother, just calm down. I'm going to carry the weight. I'll be able to manage the pressure reasonably. But honestly, stress humbled me, seriously. I was more like a strong woman trying to be present for my children, do my research, work as well, work everything together. I got to a point that I was really completely burnt out, that I even slipped into depression. I tried so many things, I've always been a tech person, even before I started my PhD. And I was trying different technologies, different applications to see how I can, manage my workload. And everything was not really aligning as expected. I remember then there's always, it's no longer there in my home. I will always tell them, Google it. If you have difficulties, Google it. This time around, then I Googled it as well. And I tried to kind of download all the articles and everything. They were more workload on me. So I couldn't really leverage that platform to even gain any kind of quick solution to my problem. I believe the only thing that worked for me then was more like praying, because I plugged into a faith community that I'm used to. Then I have to go through a series of counseling sections and continued studying my head out as well. I thank God I was able to complete my program, in real time as expected, and I came out stronger. Today, the narrative has changed completely for me. Not that AI was not there then to help me. AI was not that efficient at that time, so I couldn't really use it for anything. But today, AI is everywhere, is in your home, is on your table, you're holding AI device at the moment. So AI can do quite a lot for you. It has changed everything about me completely. In my home, I have more like an AI-powered workflow. that runs everything I do in my home, from managing my family life to the work that I do, to the children activities. I created more like a central system that connected different interfaces, my emails, my children's schools activities, their lessons, their sport activities, into one integrated system, using more like different AI tools and devices that can communicate, like Alexa. We use that a lot in the house. So like normal me before, when the children are kind of trying to go to school in the morning, as an African woman that I am, you see me shouting from one corner to the other. Are you wearing your clothes? Have you cleaned your shoe? Have you done this? This time around, I don't do all that any longer. Alexa does that for me. What does it do? At 7:30 a.m., it will remind them, have you combed your hair? Have you cleaned your shoes? Check your clothes. If you are dirty, change them right now. I've programmed those things to work for me. So at that point in time, I will give them little support. The device will be speaking for them. And these children, they are more like, I don't know if you have noticed it, they connect so much to those devices than even you. So those devices continue doing the work for me. And I was just thinking, if I had had this privilege then, I wouldn't have gone through the series of struggling and challenges that I passed through. And it's working for me today because I understand what AI is. I understand what AI can do for me. And it can work for you as well. You can plug that into your family structure and system if you understand what AI is and what AI can do for you. Next slide, please. So one important question that I want to ask, you can put that on the chat. What does AI mean to you? I had a discussion with someone recently, and the person was like, AI means different things to different people. I said, no, AI means the same thing, but application is what matters. So it's good to have good understanding of what AI is. Then how do you apply it to your personal life? Like when I was going through the struggles, I was using different platforms. I realized that most of those platforms, they were built from someone's pain point. I'm having this struggle in my home at the moment. Let me create a solution that can solve it. I know someone else might be having it. When you try to plug it into your own system, you will see that it might not work because family dynamics are different. Children's, upbringing are different. Some of them might align. I remember when I started using reward system, at some point it was working, but after like a few months, when I said I'll give you reward, nobody will talk to me. It stopped working. So those things are quite dynamic. They can change with time. So having good understanding of what AI can do for you will keep you, to continue to rise with the pace of changes and updates. So what does AI mean to you? Generally, AI is a software that learns from more like volumes of data and continues to get smarter over time. That is why things like ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, those things, you see that they are getting more like better like every day. Before, those things, they used to hallucinate. That is, they can lie for Africa. But this time around, most of the informations are becoming more like kind of real to a reasonable extent. But that does not mean you should still depend so much on it. But the thing is, what does it mean to you? And what do you want to use AI to do? One practical knowledge I want to give you about AI is more like, it's perceived to be, say, like a person that has read everything in the whole world, read all the articles, online conversations, someone that is brilliant, someone that is knowledgeable, know everything, but no home training, no faith values, no values at all on its own. Again, another angle that you can consider seeing AI is like an electricity, right? It can light your home. You can use it to cook food. You can use it to charge your phones, your devices, but the same electricity can kill you as well. It can also electrocute you. So the difference is not all about understanding, the electricity. Is all about understanding how to use it. What are the safety measures you're putting in place? What are the boundaries that you're setting in your homes? These are the things that will help you to create what I call an AI mindset that you can adopt, you can apply and plug it into your family structure. So what is an AI mindset? It is basically understanding some key points about AI. Number one, people feel that AI is a robot that has come to dominate the whole world. Not at all. AI cannot take over the whole world. AI does not have conscience. It can't take over the whole world. Delete that from your mind. Again, some people feel it's a magic button. You press it, it will give you all the solutions that you have. Not at all. AI cannot replace your ability to think, to create, to solve problems. AI cannot do that. You still need to put yourself in that space. Again, people feel AI is not a person. Feel maybe AI can replace them. That's another fear that we have at the moment, that AI can replace them. I just want you to know that AI cannot replace you. As a mother, as a father, there's this love, there's this presence, there's this attention, there's this discipline that you can give that AI cannot. AI is just a tool. It's meant to support. It's meant to complement what you're doing. So it's not a person, it cannot replace you. Again, people feel maybe AI might phase out. It has come to stay. It's just like, I was just thinking about calculator. When calculator came out, I was just reading through, really. When calculator came out, people were like, calculator is gonna, take over, the way we solve mathematics and all that. At least, I was born into calculator, so I don't really, but from history, parents, they were not comfortable with calculator when it came out, but it did not replace, that thinking, that learning, that understanding that parents were afraid of at that point in time. So know that AI has come to stay. It's like the new normal. You can't wish it away. You cannot shield your children from it. They know more than you do. So all you need is to learn how to navigate it. Then again, like I said before, AI has no morality, no conscience, no emotions. Just like it can help you to write a love letter, it can as well help you to write a letter that is destructive with the same energy. So it's more like garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you give to AI, it returns back to you. So it does not have conscience to say, what you're doing is not right, or maybe start feeling for you or for the other person at the other side. So it doesn't have those things. So having all these things in mind, we position you well to know how to apply AI and use AI. So for you to really do that, you need to activate your curiosity, activate your discernment, define boundaries within the spaces that you want to use AI. That is the way AI can work for you effectively. And for you to do that, you need to understand some of the risk factors. The next slide, please. There are risk factors around AI. Everyone should be aware of that as well. If not for any other thing, data privacy, online safety. It's kind of, invading the whole system and families as well. There was a time my daughter was, I think she was 12 then. Someone was just following her up online. As UK moms, right? We try to, so that they will not be aggressive. Even when they say, I have a boyfriend, you go back and continue to pray and continue to guide. So she came to me and was like, I have a boyfriend. I said, from where? She couldn't really explain properly. She said, online. I couldn't really get it, but the thing is already, I have my structures online. So I continued monitoring. Before she could even know, I have pulled down all the information about, the predator that was online, trying to follow up my daughter. And it was the guy was pretending to be a young guy of about 12 years old, like her, but he was an adult. So I was able to track where he was communicating from and then send the information to the police. And they tracked him and he deleted everything online completely. He deleted his profile and everything online. That opened my daughter's eyes. So most of the time, when you don't understand some of these things, you make your environment so porous. you need to understand the risk. You need to understand that online is a space that you need to guide. Everything you put online, like for you to use anything, any application, any tool, AI tool, they must demand for so many things. Your name, your address, at times, maybe your email, at times your phone number. And most of the times, our children, they exceed some of those things. They even give private information online. And those things, they can even cause more harm to the family. So number one thing is you need to understand the risk factors, what data privacy is all about, and build that data confidentiality mindset in your home. Let them understand that whatever they are putting out there has a risky factor. Whatever they are communicating online has an implication. So you need to guide them. And number one is you need to start from yourself, learning to do that. If you don't understand it, there's no way you can implant that in the life of your child. The second one is there are quite, lots of harmful materials out there, harmful contents out there, inappropriate content, violent content, extremists, they have different ideas that they share online. And these are our children, they are exposed to so many of this. And them too, they can even generate some of those things, because this time around, you don't need technical skills. You don't need to be a programmer to even start generating those things. All you need is an access to a particular AI tool, and you start generating, harmful things. So we need to guide our family, have good understanding of these things, and be able to communicate them to them. Again, misinformation, AI, just like I said before, AI hallucinates a lot, because most times they will give you like information and the children will believe that AI is giving them good information, facts. They don't query those things. AI can even give them negative facts about history, about faith, about health, and they will just kind of accept it, without doubting. So we need to understand these spaces and know how to guide them. Again, we look at deception going on online. There are a lot of deceptions going on online. I think there was a time a world leader, one of the world leaders, was more like, they generated fake video of him. And in that fake video, he made some kind of public announcement that was totally negative against the world. And I can't remember that particular country. And that particular publicity, affected so many things. Even the stock market crashed because of that announcement. And even protests started in that nation because of what fake, platforms did with the man's identity. So at the moment, all these AI tools, they can clone your voice, they can clone your face, easily. And children are doing that as well. They are walking in that direction as well. So exposure is very important. Then another one is cognitive, load on the children, cognitive dependency of children when it comes to AI. They are depending on AI to do everything for them. They are outsourcing, their thinking capacity to AI at this moment. They are gradually losing the ability to solve problems, to think critically, to persist through difficulties. It's just that when I was going through my PhD program, I saw difficulties and I have to persist through those difficulties and was able to solve those things and become stronger. This time, the children of these days, they don't even want to do anything. They're becoming lazy by the day. They'll just put it online and they now get results instantly. I think sometime, I think middle last year, I just asked a question while I was taking my children to school, and I was thinking, I was expecting them to respond, like share ideas. My first son grabbed my phone immediately and was like, I was like, what do you want to do? He told me that he wants to ask ChatGPT. I asked you a question to think about it and respond. You want ChatGPT to respond for you. That's basically what it is. So when I got home, what I did was I decided to give a generic thing. I think I said the sky is blue. Just put it on ChatGPT. Let's see what ChatGPT will give to you. They now typed the sky is blue. And ChatGPT brought out everything. I said, just look through. Everybody looked through. I closed ChatGPT. I said, okay, the sky is blue. What does that mean? Tell me. They were not able to say anything. And I told them that that's basically what AI would do to you. Because at that point in time, you're not learning. You're copying and pasting. So you're not learning at all. And you cannot allow AI to replace your skills, your critical thinking skill, your emotional intelligence, your problem-solving ability. You can't allow AI to replace all that. The next slide, please. Okay, I think I did not look at one. Can you go back? Identity erosion. Yeah. The next. Yeah.
Yeah, identity erosion is there. Is on this slide.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, so it's kind of hidden a little bit, but the thing is very powerful. Why? Because most of the things that these children they see online, the things they are being fed online, most of the time those things are forming their belief system and forming their becoming as well. Because they're seeing those things, they're believing those things, and they're becoming those things. So we need to be very careful. If a child does not have a strong foundation to understand what values mean, what culture is, what faith is, you see that child will be gradually be redefined, by an algorithm, which is not what you're expecting. The truth is AI is powerful, but we need to guide and shape the mind of our children so that they understand their identity and understand how to make decisions without AI. The next slide, please. So how do we then apply, having understand the risk factors, what AI means, how you can use it, how do we now apply it in parenting? I want us to look through like 3 lenses. Number 1 is online safety. Then we look at the discipline and values, the hard work and resilience. One thing I want us to take note of here is safety has always been a concern from generation to generation. Our great-grandparents, our parents, and all that, even us today. Now we call it online safety, but safety generally has always been a problem. So every parent will always ask, how do I keep my child safe? How do I protect my child in different ways? So safety has always been a concern. And now that we are in the era of AI, understanding how to apply all these skills and use AI responsibly is one of the core advantages every family should have. Let's go to the next slide. So online safety, what is online safety? We have talked about some of the risk factors that we experience online. Data privacy, we talk about some level of deception, all these things are online issues that we should kind of understand that they are here. They are here. And the worst is why some of us are using AI to build, to enhance, to be productive, to gain more access to things. These people, they are building their own skills with AI to be more destructive, to be more malicious, to hack more, to destroy more. So the thing is, why it is benefiting us, it's also benefiting them. So you need to have that understanding. And again, our children, they are engaging this AI freely. You don't even know what they're doing. You don't understand what they're doing. So what actions can you put in place to really make sure that you are well guided and you are guiding them right and your family is safe? Number 1 action is communication. Talk, communicate, ask key questions. Like I normally ask, what did you see online today that felt so strange? It's more like a common question I do in my house every day. And they're used to it. So they have it at the back of their mind that they will discuss that with me. Has anyone asked you for personal information today? Did you give? Did you communicate? Have you seen anything that scared you or confused you online that you want to share? So I ask these questions like every day, communication. Always have conversations about your children's online safety, and that is why you need to build yourself as well. Understand some of those risky factors around you, and then ask, communicate with them. 5 minutes, 10 minutes before bed, speak to your children, ask them questions. They will always be honest to explain to you. You discuss, you explore together, and you get more aware, and train yourself and train them and align your family as well when you have this kind of platform. Another action that you can do is use AI tools to protect your home. Most of the services that we use in our homes, the TV services, the internet services, all of them, they come with more like parental guidance that you can use, some kind of safety measures that you can implement. At times, most of them are porous, they might not be strong enough. Children can even hack them most of the time. But the thing is, while they are growing, you grow as well, so that you can always, we do that as well. At times you'll see that somebody is comfortable because they have specific time that they use, they can connect online. So at times, most times when they are not connected, you see them disturbing. Mommy, I've not connected and all that. But at times you see someone very comfortable. That person is not asking, can I have 1 hour, even because it's not time yet? Can I? You know that something is going on. Because my son will not always look out for loopholes, so that he will go and crack those loopholes and connect. So the thing is, you're always active in that space. Look for tools that will close those gaps. Otherwise, you will expose your children like so much. Try to block those things. Like I said, I have more like a workflow in my home. And as much as I use these little tools, I connect them together. And I know some of the things. I filter what they do every day. I see the history of what they do every day. And at times, if there's anything strange, the software, this little script that I have, will trigger some kind of notification. This has not been seen in this space before. And then give me an idea of what that thing is. So it's either I block it or I add it as a value to the system we have. So the thing is, you have to be very creative. And the good news is, the AI we are using now is prompting enabled. It's no longer technical. It's all about asking the right question. That is why the first thing you need to do is understand your family structure, your family demand. Understand the requirements in your family, because we have different things playing out in our families on daily basis. Understand your family dynamics, then have a structure. Then there are AI tools you can plug. It can even be one. These days, some of these AI tools, they are doing like almost, yeah, I think I'm looking at someone chatting, someone sending a message. Yeah, so there are so many things you can do, to block some of those loopholes. AI tools are very, very handy. There are so many of them you can plug together, and then they will work for you and block some of those loopholes. We have so many of them out there that you can explore, so many tools that you can explore that can help you. Then another action you might take within the online safety is to teach your children how to be aware of some of these deceptions online, especially some of these videos that are generated that are fake. They are becoming more realistic by the day. But the thing is, there's always one thing that will tell you that this is a fake video. Even there was a day I was generating something online. My daughter came out. I did not see that. She came and said, Mommy, this one is, look at the finger here. Look at this there. I was so excited, because, which means my training is working. Because most time I'll get all these videos, fake ones, real life. I'll just be showing them and teaching them, exposing them to those things. And these are the things, not when you see them on Instagram, see them on maybe YouTube, you're so excited, you watch and you jump and pass. It's good to have discussions with your children. Let them see those things. Those things are critical in their understanding. They need to learn it. They need to watch it. This thing is fake, or this thing is not real. Because there are things you see them people playing out online. In reality, those things, they don't work. My son has even come to show me, Mommy, can we do this? I said, this is not real. My 10-year-old son, I said, this is not real. This is generated, AI generated. It's not real. And he said, okay. So they need to be aware of these things. Next slide, please. Okay, value and discipline. Value and discipline. We need to create what we call family code of conduct. We all have different, fear about our children. Like we have lists of concerns, cheating, cyberbullying, false identity, exposure to inappropriate content. We have so many things. Like these days, children can type maybe a little prompt and they will generate AC. You see, most of them, they don't want to study again. They just go online and write those things. Some of us that are in the academic, that's what we are struggling at the moment, because most times you'll be teaching in the class and someone is using ChatGPT to decode what you're doing. Even before you finish talking, they will tell you the answer, and we are trying to balance, how to use AI responsibly in the education sector. So the thing is, you need to get to that understanding these concerns, and then build some kind of a family code of conduct that will uphold your values, your disciplines in your home. You understand the value, you understand the problems, then look for solution. So what are the family conducts or family codes or maybe family rules that you can implement? Number one, always make sure that your children are honest with you. Most times, that trust has always been a problem, because African parents that we are, most of the time, instead of you responding more like calmly, you see us shouting, you see us taking more like harsh actions at that point in time. And at that time, you see that the children will lose connection. They will start hiding things from you. If my daughter was more like not free with me, she wouldn't have opened up to me as much as I would have seen that behind the scene, that something was going on. But she wouldn't have told me, but she opened up to me. I made her to understand that, it's free. I'm free to know that you're looking, you have a boyfriend. Come on, why will it be free? Why would she be free to see that within me? I wasn't feeling good about it. But the thing is, I was just trying to be a strategic mother at that point in time, not to, kind of corrode that relationship and that trust. So we need to get into that space where we build some of those values. Don't push them away. You cannot use internet today. You have to cut off. No. Or don't shout on them whenever maybe they get things wrong. Let there be some kind of trust that they will have to establish between you and them. And again, know that, your children are watching you. Like there was, something I said when I gave them more like something to kind of deliberate on, and my son now quickly picked up my phone to respond. And I said, why do you have to do that? He told me that, Mommy, that's what you do every time. You use all the AI tools to do your work. And that hits me like so badly, because basically that's what they're perceiving. That's what I'm modeling to them, that AI is doing my work. But deep down me, AI is not doing my work. I am using AI as a support system to do my work, but they're seeing it from another angle. Because he told me bluntly, because you're using AI to do your work. So we should be using AI to model what you want your children to show. The values you want them to uphold, to display, model that. If you don't want them to use, to always, most of us at times we get home, we carry our phones, or we stay, even you carry the phone and you sleep off. The children are watching you, because definitely they will do the same as well. While you're eating, you're holding your phone. In my house, we have more like zones that you cannot bring phone around. We have, safe zones where you can't cross with device. Dining table, kitchen, you can't bring devices around those areas, because it will be quite distracting. Or maybe during devotion or morning, you're preparing to go to school and all that. There are times you can't bring devices around. So define some of those things within your home. Again, mind what you share with them as well. There are limits to what you share with the children, because your understanding is not their understanding. Some of the things we see online as parents, we might be able to kind of understand, the negative aspect and the positive, but the children might not. You share those things, they watch with you, you don't explain to them, they have something else going on in their mind. So mind what you share with them. Again, how do you treat people digitally? These are some of the things, these are some of the things I try to put in them. At times I will ask them questions. What are you watching at this moment? What are you sharing online? What are you speaking online? How do you treat people online? They will always tell anybody around me that I don't share things online. I hardly share things online, and they know that for me, and they don't. So when my son did that the other time, I was like, maybe it's because of the excitement that he just got a phone. But he knows that we don't do that. So know the kind of rules that you have in your home when it comes to AI. AI can help, but AI is very destructive. The next slide, please. Then resilience and hard work. This is very, very important, because the thing is, just like I said, children of nowadays, they are getting lazier. They don't want to learn. They don't want to learn. They want AI to more like substitute, their creativity, their thinking, their curiosity. They want AI to literally do everything for them. You need to raise children that will lead with AI, not children that AI will lead, not children that AI will replace. And that's it, by exposing them to the right tools. There are quite a number of tools out there. Get yourself acquainted with not all the tools. That's basically what we do in Upskilling Tech. We help you understand your platform, and then we channel, the tools to what your requirement is. Not all the tools online are applicable to your situation. So learn the right tools and expose your children to using those tools like responsibly. Again, like I said, I have a workflow in my home. Always create a workflow in your home. Use AI to find information. Then verify that information, because most of the time, information you get from AI might not be valid. So I have that workflow for them to go through any tool. You need to know that you're using it to find an information, and that information has to be verified. And again, you need to add your own understanding of that. I mean, what information you're coming out from. I mean, you want to generate. Your understanding is very important. Your analysis is very important. So it's not everything you get from online that you more like consume. No. Then based on that, you make decisions. So this is a workflow that works in my home. It can work, another way around for you. That's why I said we build some kind of customized workflow depending on your family dynamics. So here in my family, that's what we do. Anything you're getting online, we need to define the process. We need to create a workflow, validate it, and then you make decisions, not AI making decisions for you. Next slide, please. Okay, before you go to the next slide, here again, I just want to emphasize on the fact that the children, they don't really want to, kind of walk through difficulties to get solutions any longer. So what they're doing at this point in time is ask question from maybe ChatGPT or any of those AI tools and copy and paste, and they walk away. So if we continue to build children in that space, and I've come across different parents, what they normally they see it as, it's doing the homework for them. Let AI do the homework for them, right? So it's really taking so much from us. The next slide, please. So this is more like an AI parenting playbook that you can plug in. It's more like a summary of all that we have more like discussed. This is working for me, and I know it can work for you as well. Number one AI playbook that you can use for parenting and family structure is number one, communication. Just like I said, have a good communication with your family members, with your children. What are they doing today? What are they what are they seeing? What are they doing online? Communicate, explore with them, work together. And again, define AI free zones. What are those zones? What those areas, especially when they're on their table? We see a lot of all that online. When children are eating, they are with their devices. You have to define AI free zones in your home where devices will not be accepted. Again, monitor them intentionally. Like I said, I have, back end solutions that monitor their devices, their communications, their chat boxes, and it gives me all information that I need. So look for monitoring device, monitoring tools that can help you verify what they're doing and ensure that they're doing the right thing. Again, model what you want the children to become. Show them how to use AI responsibly, and they will be able to kind of plug into that structure and grow with it. Again, verify and validate. Whatever they are getting online or putting in, verify and validate. Don't allow them to depend so much on AI. Again, your time as a parent is quite important, because if you don't have the time, you will not be present with your children. So you need to understand AI tools that can work for you, that can balance some of the structures and balance some of the things that you're doing. There are quite a number of AI tools that can, just like I said, I have a workflow that can give you a workflow that connects to your email address, school activities. You connect those things together, you'll be getting notifications. Even what you can cook in a day, AI will give you some kind of list and schedule. All you need is a structure. Then you plug it into an AI tool and it will work for you. Then again, make sure that your children understand what their identity is, who they are. Are they, the children of God, or, let them understand their faith structure, their faith, their culture, their value, their identity. Those things AI cannot give them. Rather, AI will give them ideas that will form them negatively against your will for them. The next slide, please, because I'm sorry, I've exhausted my time, basically. So the next slide. Okay, so yeah, the next slide. Okay, let's go to the last slide because our time is fast spent. Okay, yeah, this is basically the last part of it. I just want to introduce Upskilling Tech community, really. And like I said, for you to really do some of these things. Okay, I think I'm beginning to get questions already. Okay, so let me just introduce
one or two
Upskilling Tech,
anyway.
then I can take a few questions, right? So Upskilling Tech basically is a community, is a platform that we are developing at the moment, and we are building a community where we are transforming people from just having no AI understanding to AI literacy, AI curiosity, AI adoption, and then AI application. So it's more like a process. What do you know about AI? Then we tell you what AI can do for you and then help you get to that level. That's what we do in Upskilling Tech. We have the link online. If you want to join, please feel free to join. I think the last section of this, the last slide has my contact as well. You can send me an email. I will always respond. So thank you so much for listening. We'll still have maybe some other time to discuss more. Yeah.
I will share your WhatsApp link to the group.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ezine.
So we have a question. What are the basic AI tools for positive parenting? I think that's the only question we'll take because of time.
Yeah, okay.
I say what I want to say because hey.
So what are the basic AI tools for positive parenting? Just like I said, there are a couple of AI tools out there. And the truth is, most of these AI tools that you see, like the ChatGPT, the Gemini, the Perplexity, the Claude, Those tools, when you program them very well, they can do almost everything for you. Like I use Claude to do everything for myself. I don't need to buy different AI tools, because that's basically the mistake so many people make at the moment. They'll buy this one, they'll buy the other one, they'll pay for, they kept just wasting money. All you need is take your time, learn a particular tool. There are positive things AI can do for you. Like some of the administrations that we do here in the UK, we don't have support system. You do things yourself. You manage school activities, you manage parenting, you do your work, you go, and you do your business as well. So those things, for you to really manage them, you need a structure. You need tools that can help you. So it's very positive to use AI, but you need to understand those negative factors as well and know how to cover those areas.
Thank you so much. When I was listening to you and when you were exposing all the dangers of online safety and stuff, I was just like, hey, like it's kind of scary actually. It's kind of scary what people can do out there, especially to vulnerable people, or even you don't even have to be vulnerable. Somebody will just use your picture and just do something very silly, In fact, there's something that someone told me recently. This is happening currently on TikTok. So there's this TikTok group that they joined because they felt, she joined the group because they advertised the product. Okay. And when she joined the group, she started observing some indiscrepancies in the group. And when she flagged it up, they kicked her out of the group and then became malicious and turned the rest of their audience to her, to the point that they found her address. This is somebody that was anonymous on TikTok. They found her real name, found her address, house address, found her contact, and published it online for people to see and bully her. They kept threatening her. So this is what this kind of tools can do. It's actually scary. And what you just shared today is really insightful for us to be careful. It's not just our children, even us. We have to be careful as well in protecting ourselves.
Yeah. The knowledge comes from you first. You need to build yourself before you can now structure your family.
And I have a question before we let you go. So my question is, there is this thing, there is a group I'm currently in, and one of the things that people usually comment when somebody tries to use AI related stuff, they are like, you're using AI is harming the environment. I don't understand I don't understand what that means. How is AI harming the environment?
AI is not harming the environment, but the thing is, there's this kind of understanding that because we have loads of data centers, in different cities, and there's level of emission, there's level of more like water consumption, some kind of resources that go into those things. So people feel that AI is more like impacting generally, within the environment, as well, reducing some kind of resources that are available to human. But those things are more like people with little understanding of what AI is. That's just what it is. There's no impact. AI is just a supporting tool. That's what it is. And it's helping so many people at the moment. But understand the risk factor as well.
I see, because it's like they started making us feel guilty for using AI.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. AI has come to stay. AI has come to stay. So many updates are, happening like every day. So it's not all about getting up to skill today. It's all about a continuous thing, because some of the tools are phasing out like seriously. So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's good. Somebody said I'm gonna do no phone zone. It's very important.
You know, when you talk about that, when we come back home, we are always carrying our phone all the time, everywhere. I was like, receive sense. Thank you so much, Dr. Amaka. It's not a waste of time having you on this platform. And I really appreciate your patience because your time was delayed. Thank you for your patience and thank you for teaching us, for opening our eyes to the dangers of all of what we are doing or what we are surrounded with, because this is real life. This is day-to-day real life exposure. And thank you so much for equipping us to be more self-aware, you know, and also help recognize things that are going on. Sorry, recognizing things before they go wrong, especially with regards to how our children use these online tools. So it's really, really enlightening and insightful. And I know that so many people agree. So can I hear you? Like, can I read your comments? Let's appreciate Dr. Amaka because this is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. Thank you. And I've shared her link, her WhatsApp link in the WhatsApp community. If you want to learn more about AI, join her, or you can reach out to her via her emails as shown on the screen. And I hope that when next we call you, please, you say yes to us too.
No problem.
I really appreciate it, and have a lovely evening.
And you too. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Wow, that was brilliant. That was fantastic. That was really great. Yeah, I can see your comments. Thank you all so much, everyone who has joined this far. We would have finished earlier, but the knowledge was too interesting to just cut it short for the various sessions. We started from parenting with parenting confident children without overwhelm, yeah, to career. What is that my topic again? See, I don't forget self. Balancing career ambition to prevent ruining your family life, to emotional intelligence for a healthier family life, to building your finances to prevent ruining your family, to artificial intelligence in parenting and family. It's been explosive. It's been explosive. Everyone brought their best and they shared generously information that would help us build thriving families. And I must tell you that if you think you've learned it all, wait till you see what's going to happen tomorrow at the panel session. Now, the panel session, if you've not attended before, I'm telling you now, the panel session is where we are going to have 3 speakers. They will be present on your screen at the same time, talking about the pressures that we experience in our families and how to deal with it. These are certified family practitioners across various places. We have people joining from the UK, joining from Nigeria, different places. And this is where they are going to dissect all your questions. So any questions that you have related to family parenting, please come with it, because it's going to be like you have experts who are going to give you 90 minutes of their time at taking up all your questions and giving you practical strategies and solutions that actually work. You know what it will cost you if you're going to have somebody, or if you're going to pay somebody to help you with certain questions or certain things that burdens you. So prepare for that of tomorrow. And I'm not done. Oh, I'm not done. Now, that is just section 1 for tomorrow. Then we have section 2. Section 2 is now where we also have 3 experts coming together at the same time on your screen to discuss a different topic titled Before You Marry. Now, if you have a single, or you have somebody that is, or you have, sorry, if you are a single, or you have a sister, a brother that is intending to marry, a friend, or anybody intending to marry, or even if you're married already, I want you to be present at this particular session before you marry, which will be the second panel session, because these are people, experts that that have coached a lot of people. They are trained family practitioners. They are trained and experienced wisdom, So they're going to be talking about before you marry, and they're going to be answering certain questions like red flags you should notice, questions you should be asking, because the way marriages are breaking down now, enough is enough. We need to start from the beginning to start building thriving families. So I want you at this moment to prepare for tomorrow. And if you know somebody that is not here, that should be here tomorrow, send them the invitation link, because this is no longer a case where the YouTube link is open to anybody. No, it's only open to people that register. That is how it is going to be in this summit. So if you know somebody that needs to be here, send them the invitation link, which I need to put this up. Give me a minute. I need to put this up so that I'll be talking with this. So the invitation link is on the screen, www.stresssummitafrica.com. Send it to them now so that they will register. There is no delay. And this announcement is to answer some questions that has been coming up along the way. Someone asked about certificates, and we've been getting these questions even from the last summit, because some people want to share certificates of attendance. It's not certificate that you become a stress management coach, because now one is a whole different ball game. This is more of certificates of attendance to show evidence of personal development, evidence of attendance to events like this, that of evidence of continuous learning. You can upload it in your CV, include it in your CV. You can upload it on your LinkedIn profile, just that evidence that you're building yourself up, that is positioning you as a much, much better person. Now, because this summit is free, it does not mean that the certificate is free. Because for us to produce a certificate to anybody is going to take us extra time. In addition to all this free information that we've given you at no cost, it's going to take us extra time to prepare a certificate for each person. So we are going to only be taking giving certificate to people that really need it. So if you really need this evidence of personal development and continuous learning, just go through this link, seller.com/smsat, and you will pay a token to receive a certificate. So if you really need this to improve your CV and to get to update your LinkedIn profile, or any other important, wonderful thing you want to use it for, which is very essential in today's world, just go to Seller and pay a token, and we will get you a certificate at the end of this summit. Not today. We will give ourselves a space of 1 to 2 weeks to get the certificates ready and send out to people that have paid. Okay, so that answers your question on certificates. Now, are there going to be video replays? Yes. So long as you have the link that we sent to you on the WhatsApp or email, you can always access the video. Remember, it is only for those that registered for the summit. So it's not a link that you just send to everybody. If you want them to participate, remember to send them the invitation link, the registration link to register. And you asked about slides. If we can have the slides. Now, this depends on the speakers. We didn't have any agreement for them to give us their slides. They have already given us free information. So if they want to give any slides, it will be at their own personal discretion. So what we are going to do is we will write to the speakers to know if they want to give out their slides for free or for a token. Based on what I get in response, that is what I'll feed back to you. Okay? That's why it's very important to listen in and take your notes as the sessions are going on. Because sometimes, even when you get the slides, you may forget to go back to them, but I'll still make the inquiry, okay? And if you've not yet subscribed to our YouTube channel, please do, because when you do this, you're doing something very meaningful. I'll tell you. You're not just subscribing to get notification on valuable videos or sessions that we post, but you're subscribing for another reason, because we are trying to grow this YouTube to a point where it can be monetized. Now, here is the reason. Many of you found out about this summit through adverts. So who does a free event that has no strings attached, and the person does not, and the person runs adverts on them that last for weeks? So if you know how much it costs us to get this summit in front of you, then you will hurry and subscribe to the channel so that it can self-generate even more funds, because the more money we have, the more families this summit reaches to. Okay, when I tell you that the summit is funded, trust me, we don't have a sponsor. We don't have any special sponsor that pays out lots of money to get this summit out to everybody. So this is how you can contribute and support so that this summit can remain continuously free year in, year out by God's grace. Okay, and then what other question? Look, I've talked about this day 2 session. I've talked about inviting others. And if you listened to my session, I talked about work-related stress management masterclass. This, my masterclass, is coming up on the 2nd of May. And I told you that it is only for 20 people. I can only take 20 at a time, because there is going to be a session on group coaching, and we need that close interaction and intimacy so that we can get real-time support and transformation at the end of that summit, which is a 3-in-1 summit that I have used to train corporate organizations. So you're getting the same thing. And remember, I gave first 80% discount and even a further 50% discount if you register between now and the next 48 hours. And I can tell you that the slots are already filling fast. I've already gotten emails of people that are taking up slots. So just know that only very few slots are left. If you want to take up this opportunity, which I encourage you to, do not miss it, because after this first one I am hosting, definitely the next one is going to its original price. Okay, so I encourage you. And if you also want to support us even further, we have a seller store where we have the book Stress We Are Done is going at a discounted price also during this summit. Just go to the link below, the seller store that is showing on the screen. You can get our book, Stress We Are Done, which people have read. It's like a bestseller book. People have read to help them to manage their stress. We have the masterclass. Yes, the link is also there. And we also have a training. Now, if you are a manager, because after the last summit last year, some questions I got was, how can I help others? How can I bring you on board to train my organization? Now, let me tell you, as a certified work-related stress management coach for years, I know how much I charge. Okay, I know how much I charge, but to make this information readily accessible to people, to organizations, I am developing what's called Work-Related Stress Toolkit. Now, this toolkit is for managers, company owners, and senior leaders of organizations. If you're tired of people complaining about stress-related sickness, absences, if you're tired of poor performance, if you're tired of people leaving your company, low retention rates, and then you're now having high staff turnover, if you're tired of losing money in your company, or you're tired of having the fact where somebody comes to you and says, oh, manager, I'm stressed, or something related, and you're not sure how to have these conversations, you're not confident to have these conversations, these are all captured in the toolkit. And this toolkit is not like, is a must-have if you're building businesses. People talk about have business structure, get a business coach. Nobody talk about the impact on stress on people's lives, and how it's costing an organization. So you don't have to wait for your business to become one kind giant business like UBA before you put these little things in place. These are the little things that are usually ignored, but can make a huge difference once you implement them. So if you're interested in this toolkit, just go to our seller store. It is also going at a discounted price during the summit. Okay. I don't know if I've answered all the questions. I don't know if I've answered every question. Oh, yeah. Hope. I don't know if I answered every question that people were asking.
Did.
You
sure
muted.
did.
Okay.
Yes, you sure did. You answered every question.
Great, thank you. So somebody asked, what will be the duration of the master class? Is 3 hours. It's going to be 3 hours immense master class. So be ready to give it your time, because we want you to be there from the beginning to the end. That is when you get the best value. This is not like, let me wait for the replay. No, you can't replay group coaching now. You can't replay it. So you need to be there present. Okay. Any other questions before we call it a day or a night?
Okay. Someone is asking about Dr. Bosse's slides.
Yes. So for Bosede, as I mentioned, we are going to speak to the speakers and ask them if they are happy to share their slides. If they are happy, we'll send it across. If they want it for a token, we'll still send it across. So that it will be based on individual speakers. Okay. Because I believe that they've really worked hard to show up at no cost to share their knowledge. So let's give them that. Thank you. Yeah, I know she didn't finish hers because of time. Yeah. Okay, any other questions? In the meantime, thank you all for sticking with us, because if we don't have an audience for the summit, we don't have a summit. So you guys are the real MVPs to get this knowledge and to remain engaged to the very end of today's summit. Let's do this again tomorrow. I am so excited and I am so ready and waiting for what's going to happen tomorrow.
And I'll be ready to welcome each and every one of you. I can't wait. Tomorrow is going to be hot, like hot. Yes. Like, hey,
it's always
2 powerful sections you don't want to miss.
I'm telling you, it's like last year's panel session. When I listened to it, it made me feel like a normal parent, you know, because people really shared their stories. They took questions, as in it was. I can't even put the experience in words. So in our WhatsApp group, I'm going to request us to give us a feedback on this summit. So please, once you get the link, please give us a feedback. It really, really encourages us. Thank you all so much. And thank you once again. Have a lovely night. And see you tomorrow.
Good night. See you tomorrow.
Bye.